The year was 1991 when I attended my high school junior prom with my girlfriend at the time. There was nothing unusual about the prom. Hundreds of teenagers in garish dress dancing and partying, crowning their king and queen. Neither I nor my girlfriend were in the popular or cool kids crowd, and we planned on nothing more than a late night stop at a restaurant after the prom ended. As it turned out, we were invited to go along in someone's limo to visit the White Lady's Castle, the ruins of a small villa overlooking the Lake Ontario shore. Local legend held that years ago, a teenage girl ran off on a date with a local boy despite the objections of her overprotective mother. The girl had supposedly stormed out of the house, saying that she was going up to the lake with the boy and would be back that evening. According to the legend, she never returned, and her mother is said to have gone out looking for her missing girl every night for the rest of her days. It's said that her spirit haunts the site to this day, and that illicit teenage lovers parked along the shore would be attacked by her ghost. All that remains of the White Lady's Castle is a single stone wall set into the hillside. Flagstone steps take you from the road below up to a flat grassy area where the structure once stood. Someone in the limo handed out flashlights as we pulled alongside the lake shore and got out. Now, although I've had a few of what I believe to be true paranormal experiences in my life, I didn't think this particular legend could really be true. It all sounded a little too stereotypical of a made-up ghost story for me. We made our way to the hillside and began to climb the steps along the ruined wall. As we reached the top, the moon, which had provided a soft illumination to the lakeshore, suddenly vanished behind the clouds. We found ourselves in a pitch-black clearing. Several of the kids in the group were laughing and trying to scare each other. It was dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, if not for the bobbing lights from the flashlights casting shadows across everyone in the group. I began to get an eerie feeling as I scanned my flashlight around the perimeter of the clearing, the light beam ending abruptly at the trees surrounding us. I couldn't put my finger on it exactly, but it almost felt like we were being watched. I turned back to look into the darkness one last time and shined my flashlight across the tree line, and as my light moved, a face suddenly flashed into view as my light moved by. It was only for a second, but I could clearly make out a stark white face with an oversized mouth full of sharp teeth and deep hollow black eyes. Startled, I quickly shined my light back to the spot where I'd seen the face, but there was nothing there. For a moment, I decided that it must have been my imagination and turned back to leave. When I reached the top of the stairs, however, I heard a wheezing groan from the darkness behind me. I quickly turned back and pointed my flashlight into the darkness. Right in the exact spot where I had seen the ghoulish white face was the outline of a person. A flowing white form was slowly moving towards me, and I could just about make out the oversized mouth and teeth I had seen before. Terrified, I turned and literally ran down the stairs and back out into the light of the moon. My girlfriend and the other kids from the group hadn't even noticed that I had fallen behind and were beginning to load into the limo across the street. I couldn't bring myself to look back over my shoulder as I climbed in, quietly stunned by what I experienced. Of course, none of them believed my story and assumed I was just goofing around and trying to scare them, but I know what I saw, and I know what I heard. I've been back to the site once or twice over the last 25 years, but only in the daytime. I've come back here today to share my story with you and to ponder the memory of that night at the White Lady's Castle. I've always heard odd things and seen the supernatural, though usually it's just a general feel or whisper in a house with a haunting that's human, that is. But recently, something's changed, and it's really freaking me out. It all started when I started university in Devon, England. I'd been very sick for a couple of days with a nasty cold and was just starting to feel better. So my flatmate and I decided to go out to the town for a lunch out. All went as planned, and we managed to catch one of the sparse buses in the nick of time. This is where it gets a little odd. I always gaze out the window whenever I'm traveling, so I don't miss much. Usually, it's just a fox running across a field, or a nice view, but this time, it was a guy. He was sticking his arm out for the bus. This obviously wasn't the odd thing. What was odd was he didn't even have a face. He was dressed in a pair of jeans and a black hoodie, with the hood up, and looked as if he was wearing one of those joke black morph suits over his face. I laughed a little to myself, expecting a general prank. The bus stopped, letting people off, but no one got on. This made me frown a little, as I'd seen the guy waving, so I asked my friend if she'd seen him. She didn't, and when I pressed her further, simply said the illness must have made me sleep deprived. I thought about this for a while, and decided she was probably right. After all, the mind can play tricks on you when you're tired, and I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. However, after that event, I started to see odd things all the time. Shadows of people where there were no people, odd faces in windows, and strange noises. It also wasn't the only no faces I'd see. When I was still at university, there was this truly horrifying apparition outside my flat, always there whenever I opened my curtains, night or day. It was extremely tall. No, this is not Slenderman, and this figure had long, greasy hair over its face. But I knew that it was smiling, and not a very nice smile either. It scared me to the point where I started to stay over at my current partner's, using the excuse of poor sleep thanks to my cheap mattress. Mind you, not that I could get much sleep knowing that thing was outside. I'm not sure what to do or what it means, and it's scaring me. I see the no-face people everywhere, in corners, at train stations. I try not to get too close. I even tried to talk to one once, but it didn't result in much. They just stared at me. Obviously, seeing these odd things have become a bit of a problem socially. It's not exactly acceptable to flinch for no reason or look alarmed at the slightest thing. I just can't help it. They make me nervous and scared. I don't know what they are, after all, but they just don't seem human. I mean, some of them do human things, like the waving down of the bus, but the majority of the time, they just seem to be watching and following people. Some of them have quite a solid shape, just like another person. aside from the obvious face thing, but others seem to just be odd shadows. Can anyone help me with this? If you've seen the same, what does it mean that I've started to see things? And am I in any danger? A few years ago, I posted my story about seeing the people with no faces. Things had stayed the same for all these years, and I'd gotten used to seeing them, even if it unnerved me more than a little. But now, things have changed. Not so long ago, I was taken into hospital after having a 4-hour seizure, and it was touch and go for the month that I was there. I was diagnosed with a central nervous disorder, one where I have a 30% chance of survival. But I'm determined. They didn't think I would walk again, but I proved them all wrong, and am currently able to get around on crutches. After all that, I'd been so focused on getting better, I'd more or less forgotten about the no-faced people. For those who aren't quite sure what I mean by that, I'll give a description. You know when people wear those morph suits that cover your face? They kind of look like that, but the skin is always black, and they don't have very clear facial features, more like a suggestion of them being there. Anyway, I soon remembered the day I left hospital. I was in high spirits, happy I was leaving, more or less on my own 2 feet. It was then that I noticed one of the no-faced people standing at the entrance, and it was different. It looked straight at me, a lot more intensely than the usual glance. Yes, I was disturbed at the time, but just assumed it was a one-off. That soon changed. They started to move closer and closer to me. Then, it really kicked off. Doors started to rattle behind me, as if someone were trying to get in, but when I opened them, no one would be there. Even that only scared me a little. But now, I'm really scared. The other night, I was relaxing, preparing to settle for sleep. I suddenly felt something grab and twist my foot. At first, I laughed, thinking it was my cat playing, until I realized that my cat was lying asleep next to me, nowhere near my feet. I've read many theories of shadow people, and I've often wondered if the no-faced people are something alike. So perhaps a reflection of a dimension close to ours, or something more sinister. I'm scared because I'm aware that I still have a 70% chance of becoming sicker and dying. Are they attempting to increase this chance as they've suddenly become more aggressive? Or does it mean my body is failing without me realizing? I don't know, but I really hope that someone on here can help me and shed some light on this. Please. This is my first time talking about any of this outside of my close childhood friends and my doctor. I guess my story begins when I was about 15 years old. At the time, a few friends and I were interested in ghosts and magic, so when rumors spread around that there was a Ouija board for sale at the thrift store, we pounced on the opportunity. It took us a few weeks to get the courage to use it, but we finally decided to try it out in our tree house we had built in my front yard. We waited until it got dark, lit some candles I stole from dining table, and started our little seance. At first, All we could do was stare at each other, but finally, my brother asked if there was any spirits with us, and that little eyepiece slowly moved over to the yes section. We were all shaking at that point. Being a scaredy cat back then, well, I said I was getting out of there, but as I backed up, I fell out of the treehouse. The next thing I know, I'm awake in a hospital bed with both my parents crying about how they love me, and soon the doctor came in and explained that I had a cracked skull and had suffered a major concussion. As the nurse wheeled me around the hospital, I noticed a slight blurriness around the edges of my vision. The doctor said that it was normal for people who have suffered from concussions. As I started to recover, I noticed that the blurriness had subsided and life was beginning to return to normal, but there was still something wrong. I felt like I was being followed because, even though the blurriness was still gone, there was still something in the corner of my vision. Every time I turned to look at whatever was following me, it was gone, around a corner or fading into the darkness. I could never get a good look at it. The first night since the accident, I had a hard time falling asleep, and I kept waking up with chills. After hours of tossing and turning, lightly falling asleep and waking, I finally fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, something didn't seem right with my room, like something was going to happen. As I got up, I noticed a tall, gangly shape in the corner of my eye, next to the dresser, and turned quickly to see a horrifying creature without a face, just a pale, featureless face, apart from two impossibly deep black holes where the eyes should be. At first, all I could do is stare into those two black holes and silently scream, but I finally slammed my eyes shut and started screaming. When my parents burst in my room and asked what was wrong, I told them what I had seen, but they insisted I had been dreaming. I did not see the faceless thing for about 10 years later. The no face, as I had named it, did not appear again until the accident that ended my fiance's life. After that, I began seeing him everywhere, and there were more than one, following other people. I began to see a therapist for my hallucinations, and she recommended an MRI and a CAT scan, both of which were inconclusive, and she determined that these hallucinations are coping mechanisms that I subconsciously created to cope with the stress of my fiancée. The trouble is, these things haven't gone away, even though I've come to terms with her death. The other no-faces seem unaware of my presence, other than the one that keeps following me. It stays about 1 to 2 yards away from me at all times and never gets too close or too far away. Can anyone here help me? I've become very stressed over this lately. I haven't had much to eat and haven't slept very well. A quick background on this story. This takes place in the house I currently reside in. At this point in my life, I was in my earlier teens, and there was much pent-up negative energy in the household from constant fights with my family. This was the hardest point in time for my family to date, and I attribute our negativity to drawing in the activity, which has led me to share my experiences. At this point, I'd witnessed many shadow people and dark figures walking around my upstairs, but for some reason, I was the only one able to see them. However, my little brother was able to hear them, which gave me some peace of mind, knowing I wasn't losing my marbles. So besides seeing these shadow people walking around and hearing their footsteps in the hallway at night, things were considerably normal. One more note before I begin, that is a key element to this story. My closet has a panel in the ceiling which leads to the attic. This is the only entrance to the attic in our house. The activity stayed at that level until I began researching the paranormal. I had watched a few ghost hunter themed television shows, and it led me to draw conclusions about the activity I was experiencing on a day-to-day basis. I figured they were just restless spirits and decided to let them be and try not to interact. As conditions in my household worsened, the activity grew. The spirits began interacting with me at night, and I could hear noises outside my window and even on the roof. The sounds were like scratches and small taps, like an animal. Squirrels get on the roof all the time, and I figured it was something of that. After a while, the sound moved from on top of the roof to inside of the attic. Although mildly discomforting, I still led myself to believe it was an animal of sorts. The other experiences with the sounds led me to believe otherwise. One night, I awoke at around 2 a.m. to my bed shaking. I thought it was my mom or brother trying to wake me up, but when I looked around my room, nobody was there. My bed then jerked once, as if someone had pushed it with a quick, large force, which scared the living daylights out of me, and I quickly laid back down and pretended to be asleep. At another point in time, I heard footsteps come down the hallway from my parents' room, and a tapping on my door followed by the sound of the doorknob shaking gently. This made me uncomfortable because of seeing the shadow people. It made me think they were trying to get into my room to get me or something. On this particular night that the story takes place, I'd fallen asleep on my back. I've heard this can lead to nightmares and the likes, and since then have refused to fall asleep in that position. At around 2:40 a.m., I abruptly awoke. I checked my phone to note the time and was about to roll over and go back to sleep when I heard a scratching sound above me in the attic. By above me, I mean right above my bed where I was sleeping. Out of curiosity, I rapped on the wall 3 times with my knuckles. The scratching became instantly louder, and whatever was in there began pacing around. I got a shiver down my spine, and the mood of the room instantly changed. It was as if my room had grown darker, and I felt a very ominous feeling. My playful thoughts of messing with an animal were shattered by the worrying feeling growing in my gut. At this point, I heard thumping sounds over the panel in my closet. I tried to sit up in my bed to look, but it literally felt like a heavy person had laid on top of me. Feeling trapped, I tried to ignore the growing feeling of panic as I heard the ceiling panel in my closet slide out of place and drop, and wooden beams creaking in my attic. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told myself it wasn't real, and I heard my clothes moving around in my closet, hangers clicking together, as if someone was climbing down out of the attic into my walk-in closet. To my horror, the doorknob began violently jerking left to right, and scratching sounds emanated from behind the door. I thought whatever it was would get through, and I couldn't move still. And to make things worse, I tried to yell for my parents, but no words would come out. When I was convinced I was about to be face to face with some sort of monster, I began praying in my head that it would leave me alone and go away, and not to let it hurt me. At the instant I closed my prayer, the sound stopped for about 20 seconds or so. I heard again whatever it was moving close around, but this time it sounded like it was climbing back up into the attic. I heard the ceiling panel yet again slide on the roof and fall back into place, and the scratching went to the far corner of the attic away from my room and faded into silence. As the noise stopped, the room seemed to grow lighter, and the blanket of bad energy was lifted. Since then, I've had several more experiences in that house, none of which were as frightening as that night. The experience was questionable, as it seemed like sleep paralysis, but from what I know, that usually happens from the instance of being awoken, and I was not paralyzed until the feeling of oppressive energy had engulfed the room, which was several minutes after I had awoken. Regardless of it was a case of sleep paralysis or an actual entity, the experience was frightening, and I remember it clearly as it happened to this day. I will likely post the other strange experiences I have encountered over the years, and hope you enjoyed reading this. P.S. Since this event, I have cleansed my room, as well as inside my closet, right up to the attic, with sage, and have had no further experience in this particular area of the house. My parents do not like incense or the smell of a lit smudge stick, so I was only able to cleanse my room, leaving the rest of the house open to activity, and believe me, it lingers there still, especially in my parents' room. Here is my first story. Hope you all enjoy. This is not my first encounter with the paranormal. However, it is my first sighting of an apparition. This story is true, and there are several witnesses that can attest to this happening who were present during what took place. Gold Camp Road is notorious in the Colorado Springs for two main reasons. Partying. It is an isolated and mostly unsupervised area, and as such is frequently used as a location for teenagers to drink, smoke pot, and blare music. Paranormal activity. There are many stories regarding the area, ranging from an infamous bus crash, which never actually happened, and apparitions, as well as mildly demonic or malevolent activity. There is a history of car crashes and murders, as well as people dropping off murdered bodies over the cliff into the Cheyenne Canyon area below. Taking this into consideration, many people come out of skeptical interest and curiosity of the unknown to see if the tales are true. It was a normal Friday night, and I was with my friend Jay. I'll call him that for the story, as I don't want to release his personal info on the web out of respect. We were bored out of our minds, and after the hookah we set up had died, we needed something to do. We wanted to go to a party, but realized we both lacked the hookups to get an address. So we thought of places we could come across to get together. Gold Camp was brought up, and soon after, I drove us up there. We came to a pull-off before one of the tunnels that overlooked the city and parked next to some cars that were loudly blasting music. Some college-age kids were drinking beers, smoking, and generally chilling, and we were quickly invited to join them. At a little after midnight, the music was turned down, and everyone was either in the cars or outside in a huddled group, talking about life and joking around. I was in the middle of a conversation when I heard what sounded like the faint clicking of metal chains and a sort of dragging sound. As it got louder, I decided to investigate the source. The sound grew louder near a sign by the edge of the road. As I peered over the edge, I took note that it was a cliff and would be impossible to get down without serious injury, so the fact that a sound was rising up was astonishing to me. My thoughts jumped to, who would be down there and how did they get there? And even more worryingly, did someone fall down there? Before I could say anything, a large and dark figure arose from the edge, a mere 10 feet away from me. It appeared to be a tall man, like 6'5", shrouded in a white tattered cloak or sheet and wrapped in chains. At first I thought it was a guy trying to scare us and prank us because I knew of the tales of the area, but one thing struck me as odd that made me keep a serious complexion. The man had no face. In addition to not having a face, I thought he was black at first, but soon realized his body was composed of what appeared to be a shadowy mist. He looked like someone had wrapped his body in a sheet and wrapped chains around it before throwing it down the hill and downwind. From this figure was a terrible stench like sweat and mild decay. I couldn't even believe my eyes. The figure began slowly trudging towards the road, dragging chains behind him, and each footstep making a loud thud, as if he was wearing boots. The group outside I had left to investigate went silent, and we all watched the apparition in fascination and bewilderment as it slowly walked along the road, not looking back. I made sure everyone else was seeing what I saw, and summoned the courage to follow the apparition with the intent to see if it was really what it appeared to be, and not some guy dressed up being dramatic. He walked up slowly, but his strides were huge, so I had to walk quickly to keep up with his pace. I followed him for about 30 feet. When he finally stopped, he slowly turned towards the edge of the road with the cliff, but there were bushes and trees at this stretch of the road for about 10 feet before the edge. I loudly said, "Hello," trying to communicate with this strange man, and he took 2 steps into the bushes and disappeared into thin air in a cloud of mist. Just like that, gone. I walked back and told the others what I had seen, and they could hardly believe it. We all talked for another half hour about what we had seen before parting our ways. All in all, it was an interesting night, and despite the others' sobriety rendering them less credible, I was completely sober since I was driving and saw it as clear as day. I've yet to witness another apparition as clear and real as the one I saw that night, but it definitely got me further interested in the paranormal, and I will always remember the man with the chains. My only wish was that I could have learned more about the apparition and its story, but perhaps I'll see it again when I decide to go back up there. Stood around 7 feet tall. The eyes were nothing but black holes, but they had a kind of glow behind the darkness. It was last week, and I sat upon the cliffs overlooking Shark Bay. The sun had just set, and I saw someone walking upon the short sand beach below. There isn't much of a beach due to the relenting waves. It isn't a beach for swimming, and the fishermen overtake the area. It is approximately 20 feet down, and I watched a wavering figure growing closer. I knew it was an evil entity, and I wondered why he was showing himself to me. In an instant, I know what they were in life. It's a feeling that overtakes me. I don't have to see them to know. They don't need to be nearby. I just know. I think he was trying to scare me, but after all I have seen, not much phases me these days. So I sat back, just watching him, waiting for him to do his thing, whatever that may be. The last of the sun was gone, and the purple blue of the clouds was now a solid black. No moon, no trade winds, stillness. perfect element for a ghost to try to make a move. Good or bad, I was his target. As I'm used to being sought out, all I can do is ready myself for the experience. It's not an afterthought to go into a prayer of protection. I close my eyes and ask God to surround me in a shield of strength. I can do nothing on my own. Of this, I learned long ago. When I opened my eyes, the entity was standing in front of me. His black eyes were piercing through mine, and I noticed his face was covered in tattoos. For a moment, it scared me, but then I stood face him. He backed away from me, and I knew then he was a very evil spirit. He tried to take on the appearance of a warrior, but his facade began to break down. I watched as his face became distorted. The skin became taut and skull-like, and I saw his true face behind the pretense he projected. I saw what he looked like in life, and he had been an ugly man. So sad the ugliness had permeated his soul as well. The entity was filled with evil. He had been a man at one time, but in his latter days, became obsessed with power and greed. He had hurt a lot of people in his journey, and he had a few people killed. I could smell the deaths layered upon him, like chains seen to the naked eye. You want to know how I know this? I can see it on their faces and bodies. It's like the words in a book. Each face, body projects life lived in shame, sorrow, greed, happy, sad, evil, and good. Anyway, this is how I am able to read them. It's as clear to me as a page filled with descriptive explanation. Every soul is read, heard, and helped, or avoided. I wanted to rid myself of this entity. He made my skin crawl and his being well. Best way to describe it, he made me feel like I was covered in feces. I almost wretched, and I started to walk away. Turning my back on him would be a bad idea, so I was careful to move slowly. I try not to speak to this kind of entity. If I can feel him, he knows what I am. Last thing you would want to do is anger an evil entity. Too late. He called me a few expletives, which I will leave out here, and tried to push at me with his energy. Of course, since I had my power of prayer working in my favor, it did no more than lift a few hairs from my shoulders. Kind of like someone blowing their breath on your face or neck. Creepy, but I kept moving towards my truck. I took a quick glance to see how much further I needed to go, and that was my mistake. The entity was next to me again, and he started to threaten me with death. Of course, he screamed it at me, and with detail. I'm too much of a lady to repeat what he said, as it was nasty and very vile. I didn't flinch. It wasn't the first time an entity had threatened harm, and wouldn't be the last. Having the beliefs I hold dear, I know these types of entities cannot harm me, and certainly cannot take my life. They can try, and this one did, when he saw I was not reacting to his threats. He mustered enough energy to knock me to the ground, but it's like being pushed over by a child. The key is not to be afraid. If you allow fear to enter the equation, he gathers this from you, and fear gives an entity power, which can be used against you. Never give in to fear, no matter how scary the situation. The entity hovered above me, and he did his best to look frightening. He did manage a few looks I had never seen before, but I didn't waver in my stare. He knew he couldn't hurt me, and he started to wail in frustration. My ears were burning from the high-pitched sound he made. It sounded like tin cans going through a grinder. Add to that, strange sounds, akin to sitting front row at a rock concert. It was painful and annoying, and loud as crap. Some entities are great at throwing temper tantrums, and this big guy, he was throwing a dilly of a fit. I sat up and rubbed my knees, brushing away the rock that stuck to them. I was getting mad now, and I told him so. Get away from me, you evil one. You have no power over me. Go away. I yelled. My knees throbbed from where I landed, and I was ticked off. The entity looked shocked, and he seemed to shrink before my eyes. I found myself staring eye to eye with him.
His black eyes smoked anger, but he was shirking away from me, moving back to the cliff's edge. God will take care of your kind one day, no matter what rock you hide under, I called out as he moved away. Sometimes just using the word God will cause them to retreat. Retreat? This one zipped away. I saw him dart across the sand below, and in a blink of an eye, he was gone. Thank goodness, he took his nasty smells with him. I went home and took another long shower. My shower stall is filled with scented shower gels. It takes me a while before the odors filling my nose goes away. This is part of my gift I really hate. Any comments?
I work on merchant ships as an officer. My last job was on a big ferry. Some of the overnight engineers were saying that they felt uneasy in one of the engine rooms. A couple of the guys knew I could hear things, so they asked me to stay one night after we were done with our runs for the day. 15 minutes went by when I finally felt some activity. The spirit was not bold. In fact, he was darting around the room, whispering softly. I couldn't make out what he was saying, just that it was definitely a male voice. My skin started to get goosebumps and feel electric, which was my usual indication of a spirit presence. He finally stopped moving and got quiet, and that's when I started to get worried. He very clearly told me his name in a very angry voice. My two buddies were scared at this time because they had an uneasy feeling right before I started talking to him. He told me this was his ship and that we were trespassing. This alarmed me, as I've never really dealt with a ghost as territorial as he was. Not being as scared as my two buddies, thanks to paranormal investigating on the side, I told him this ship was in fact not his, but he may stay if it feels like it'll make him feel any better, pending he doesn't hurt anyone. He mumbled angrily and took off. To this day, I believe his presence is still there, and upon further research, I found out that the man died from gunshot wounds in the shed that the ship was being built in during a fight while the ship was being built in the shipyard. That man's name was the same as the name the ghost told me. As I've mentioned before, I was born and raised in Decatur, Illinois. This town has many unrested spirits, largely due to the fact that it's built on top of old cemeteries and Indian burial grounds. Growing up in my old house, it was scary in many ways, fascinating in others. From the time we moved in, I had an imaginary friend. I can still see her fresh in my mind, a little girl about my age, 6 years old, with dark curly hair. I remember wondering why she was dressed like my Holly hubby doll. I don't really remember specific conversations, just that she was always there. She had a very unusual name, Darina, and that struck my mother as odd. Most children give their imaginary friends simple names, and this was a name no one had ever heard before. Through the years, most of the strange things that happened were either to me or my mother. She was alone in the house doing dishes one morning when she felt someone pull her hair. Another time, she was alone doing laundry in the basement, and she heard the front door open and close, and footsteps that stopped just above where she was standing. Thinking it was my dad, she went upstairs to greet him, only to discover that there was no one in the house. She was so scared that she abandoned the laundry project and went on the front porch to wait for my dad. The only time I felt any real danger was when I was standing on the stairwell right above the landing, and I was pushed off the steps. I didn't just fall through. I shot straight for the window that was directly across from where I was standing. My mother was at the foot of the stairs and ran to me. My backside had gone through the window, shattering the glass. Aside from a large and very inconveniently placed cut, I was okay. But what I remember very clearly was the sensation of an arm pulling me back so I wouldn't fall out the window. It wasn't Mom because she hadn't reached me yet. I lived in other creepy houses since that time, as this town is chock full of them. None of them affected me personally as deeply as this one did, though.
Anyway, that's my story, and I thank you all for letting me share it. I look forward to comparing ghost stories with you. My first ghost stories that I can recall, I was about 9 or 10, and I was into Dungeons & Dragons, and was all about coloring in the pictures and the different manuals and compodiums. So I would spend hours up in my room, reading about monsters and demons, and just using my imagination. But frequently, I would hear my mother calling me from downstairs. I would go running down there as fast as I could, because she was prone to having chest pains, and I would have to pour her a glass of wine or something if she was having trouble breathing. So there I would be in my room, and I would hear my name called, and I would yell, "Coming!" and run downstairs and say, "What?" And she would say that she hadn't called me. This would happen a lot of the time, sometimes 9 times a day or more, until I would be more selective about when I would go down there. Once my brother, who is 5 years younger than me, said that he was going to watch TV in the living room. I'd left him alone to go play down the street, which obviously was a bad idea. And he said he came down the stairs, turned the corner, and in the rocking chair sat an old woman in an old black dress with a large W painted in white across her chest. He stopped and stared at her in shock. He noticed that her eyes were entirely blue, no whites at all, and then she opened her mouth and a hissing sound came out. But it wasn't like it was just her. He said the whole room and all the air was making this sound until he couldn't think. He did what he was supposed to do. He screamed and ran to the neighbor's house. Sometimes in the house, we would experience things like hearing loud bangs coming from the downstairs, sounding like pots and pans being thrown together. We had cats, and they would come racing all the time. The cats were always looking at things I couldn't see. Another notable experience I had was when I lived in an apartment when I was about 19 that I shared with some friends from high school. One night, I was watching TV in one of my roommate's room when there was a knock at his door. We both said come in at the same time. No one came in, so we got up and opened the door, and no one was there. I went and checked on the others in the apartment. One was asleep and the other was in the living room, playing GTA with headphones on, and seemed confused when I asked if he had knocked. In the end, I'm not even sure what to attribute these experiences to, but I really thank you for reading my story. I'll have more in the future for you guys to enjoy. I lived in a boarding school, if that's what you would call it, compared to others in Europe. This was just a hallway with beds. It was an old school, but I heard many things at night that shouldn't have been going on, and I saw something that scared the crap out of me one night. One night, when all the girls were upstairs getting ready for bed, I passed by the door that goes to the rest of the school. The doors to the classrooms are huge doors. They get locked with a chain and padlock. Why? I don't know. But I heard someone push the door from the inside, as if trying to get out. I forgot to mention this was a Catholic school. I also heard the desks being moved, and there was a room where they kept instruments. I heard drumsticks, as if someone had dropped them. One night, I had to use the bathroom, and I never went to the bathroom alone. One time I did, and I never went alone again. So I went with one of my friends, and I went first because I was the one who woke up to go. We took turns because we had to have a lookout because we were so scared. There was a makeshift bench made with a plank of wood and some logs at the other end, and the moonlight was hitting it at an angle. And on the side of the bench, I saw a shadow of a nun just sitting there. And I stared at it, and I told my friend to hurry up and pee. I didn't want to scare her, so I didn't tell her that I saw anything, but I told her to hurry. The last experience I had over there was probably my scariest. I was sleeping in my bed in the middle of the night, and footsteps woke me up. Big, heavy, clunky footsteps, as if someone was wearing boots. Just for the record, none of the girls owned boots, and the footsteps came from the other side of the hall, coming closer, and closer to my bed. I wanted to turn around and see what it was, but I didn't want it to know that I was awake. I didn't want it to come near me, but it kept coming closer, and I was so scared, so terrified. Then, right when it was about 2, maybe 3 feet away from my bed, it stopped, turned around, and went back to where it had come from. And as I heard it walk away, I was finally able to move, and I slowly turned over, as if I was still sleeping, so it wouldn't come back, and I tried to peer into the darkness to see who it was, and I saw nothing. I scared myself typing this, and I hope this story wasn't too long. Thanks for reading. My first encounter was when I was 12 years old. Where I lived, the previous owners passed away at home. Their last names was Parsons. I had a vent outside my bedroom door on the floor that I could see downstairs in the living room. Within the first few nights, I would hear sounds down there. When I told my parents, they said it was a new home and I would get used to the noises. One night, I heard humming. I got up and looked down the vent. It was coming from downstairs. Of course, I went running into my parents' room. Dad went downstairs, looked around, and said maybe I was dreaming, but if I heard anything again, to wake him. This went on for a while. One night I heard talking. I had the courage and walked down the stairs slowly. When I came out of the stairway and went into the living room, I could see 2 figures sitting on the sofa. I went running to my dad. He got up and went downstairs with me. He saw nothing. A few weeks later, it happened again. Dad and I again went downstairs. Like the other times, he saw and heard nothing. We went to go back upstairs, and I heard talking. This time, I looked at my dad, and I knew he heard something by the look on his face. We went into the living room, and again, Mr. and Mrs. Parsons were sitting on the sofa. Dad didn't see anything, but he said he thought he could have heard someone talking. Just then, it got a little louder, and we both heard them say, "It is so nice to hear children playing in this big old house again." I jumped, and so did Dad. We went back upstairs. Dad came into my room and told me now there isn't anything to be scared of. He heard the same words I did. I explained to me that I might be hearing and seeing Mr. and Mrs. Parsons off and on. When I do, I shouldn't be scared. To think of them as my angel friends or something like that. While growing up there, I would hear them a lot, and from time to time see their figures. I quickly learned that not all people believe in spirits, which was hard growing up, not being able to talk about what I experienced. But at least I had my dad to talk about it with. I lost my dad 3 years ago. Now I am back to keeping my experiences to myself, which is hard at times. But I enjoy it when he appears and visits me now. So I am not all alone. Dad is always here with me.
Mother's fiance and I were very close. He was more like a father to me in my adulthood than my own. So when he scheduled to meet me for lunch and didn't show, I was a bit dismayed. I got back on the train from downtown Chicago, rode back to where I had parked my car, got in, and drove to his house. Upon my arrival, I noticed his car was still parked outside, so I picked up my cell phone to call, but got no answer, so I called my mom, who in turn called a friend of his to come over. As I stood outside the house, I had a sinking feeling something told me he was dead. I climbed over the fence. This was not the best area of Chicago, which was locked, grabbed a ladder from under the back porch, climbed up and broke the window. I discovered his body lying nude in the hallway, partially in the kitchen. I started to cry and phoned my mom, who said she was on her way. After the police came and went, the friend left, and I was left sitting alone in the house with his body. I started hearing creaking on the stairs, and I called out, "Mom, Mom, is that you?" But no one was there. Again creaking, and no one. Finally, my mom shows up, and the coroner comes. They take his body, and we're alone looking through paperwork. All the while there is a creaking all around us.
We find a $50,000 tax bill for him from a failed business he helped his son launch on the kitchen table next to where his body was lying on the floor. We dig further through his things and find 2 of his 3 firearms. His son flew up from Florida the next day with his 2 sisters. He dug through more of his dad's things and found the 3rd gun and laid it on the dresser. He walked out of the room and back in with his 2 sisters on either side. But the gun mysteriously goes off and shoots him in the leg. After that, the creaking we all had experienced stops. The next day, the autopsy reports came back, and we learned that he died of a heart attack, probably from the tax bill. So I asked his son at the funeral how it feels to be shot by a dead man. He didn't laugh, but I'm sure his father got his last laugh. I wanted to share an incident that happened to me last year in Las Vegas. I'd just been reunited with my best friend after about 17 years, and we decided to meet up in Vegas for our reunion. We stayed at the Luxor Hotel because we were going to see Chris Angel's new show, Believe. We stayed in the pyramid on the 24th floor. It was on the 2nd day that something weird happened. Even though we had stayed up really late the night before, we got up early, went to eat breakfast, and headed out to explore the strip. We came back around 4 p.m. and decided to take a nap before going back out. My friend had the bed closest to the bathroom, and mine was in the back of the room near the windows. We dozed off for a while, and I was awakened by the sound of someone in the bathroom. It sounded like someone kept dropping a coin into the sink over and over. At first, I thought it was maybe a housekeeper had come in, but then wondered how I hadn't heard her come in, since I am a light sleeper, and why the bathroom light wasn't on if she was in there. So naturally, I went to investigate. As I got closer, it stopped. Odd. I turned on the lights and everything was in its place. So I went back to the bed and immediately started again. To prove to myself that I was really hearing this, I called out to my friend, "Hey, did you hear that? It's coming from the bathroom." She said, "Yeah, I heard it earlier, but didn't want to say anything." We both got back up and just walked in front of the bathroom to see if we could see anything, but didn't turn the light on. No sound, nothing. So my friend turns on the light and says out loud, "You can do whatever you want, just don't do it while we're here and stay in the bathroom." Then she turned off the light, closed the door, and we left the room. Nothing else happened for the duration of the trip, which lasted a week. I thought about asking the hotel staff, but thought they might think I'm crazy. I did do some research though, and found out that a couple of workers died while building the hotel, but they are said to haunt the 10th floor. Thanks for reading. We had moved into our new house in August of 1972, and I had just turned 12. I was the oldest of 4 kids, and although my sisters and brothers took to the move easily, I did not. I don't know if it was moving from the area where I was comfortable, or if it was the uneasy feeling that I had in this new house. The house was a 7-year-old, 4-bedroom colonial which was in a cul-de-sac with 4 other houses. The house that sat at the top of the hill outside of the cul-de-sac was much more older and was the original farmhouse built 200 years earlier. Wayne was named after General Anthony Wayne, who fought during the Revolutionary War. The area itself is rich in history from this time period. The first indications of a presence was our dog. His hair stood on end, and he barked at the walls constantly. We thought he was bred too close and he was crazy, only to find out later it wasn't him at all. My mother was in the kitchen baking one day, and a decorative plate on the wall went flying across the room and broke into pieces. It seemed to be my room that had the most activity. It was the center room of the front of the house, and one night when friends of mine were waiting out on our front porch, they heard someone walking around upstairs, and the light in my bedroom went on and off. No one was in the house since we all just returned home. My friends thought we had a maid or a house guest. At times, we would hear music playing, but not music from that time. It sounded like a harpsichord. All of us heard it, and I even had friends who slept over and heard this music coming from above us. My father slept with a bat next to his bed, thinking that someone was playing an awful joke. Many nights in my room, my light did go on and off, and I thought it was me not turning the knob all of the way. I would always feel a presence with me. In fact, it would sit next to me on my bed. I used to actually feel it get up and see the imprint it made. At times, my bed would actually breathe. This went on for a while, and in August of 1976, my air conditioner broke and I went downstairs to sleep on the couch in the living room. I had my Cocker Spaniel Muffin with me, and something woke me up around 3 a.m. Muffin was shaking and I tried to calm him down, but he just buried his whole body next to me. The next thing I hear is a loud bang, like a door slamming, and then another door slamming. But I don't know where these sounds were coming from, because there weren't any doors. Then I could hear heavy footsteps walking towards me, and then it stopped. I heard them going through papers on my father's desk, and then continue again towards me. I can't tell you the feeling of fear I was feeling. There was a lamp behind my head, and I couldn't lift my arm up to turn it on. The footsteps continued towards me, and a man turned a corner into the living room and saw me. I thought it was an intruder at first, but what I saw, I will always believe, was this spirit from another time. The moonlight was pretty bright that night, and I could make out his features. He was tall and thin, about 6'4". I know this because my dad was that tall. He had reddish brown hair with a beard and mustache. He had a white shirt under his high-waisted pants with suspenders. He just looked at me as if to say, "I've been here all along and it's okay." I thought Muffin was going to have a heart attack, but as soon as I saw this man, incredibly, he calmed down. The man stood there for a couple of minutes and then turned and walked back with heavy footsteps again and back through the 2 doors that weren't there. I waited until the sun started rising and ran to my parents' bedroom totally freaked out. I told them someone was in the house last night, and my mom immediately agreed and said she heard it too. I gave my parents a description of the man and they called the police. Now mind you, the police had been there on several occasions because of these disturbances. After this last incident, they themselves did some research and found that there were 2 men who lived on the property the house was built on who were murdered. This was during the 1700s, and the cops showed us a picture of the 2 men. One of them was the man that I saw, which confirmed my belief of a spirit encounter. We moved from this house within a few months. I've always been very aware of forces around me. I was 7 when my grandfather was taken to the hospital. A blow of sadness came over me, and I knew he was never going to return. I blurted out to my aunt that Papa had died and would never come back. Just after saying this, my parents came home and told us sadly that Papa had passed away. I knew right away that Papa had come to say goodbye to me. As my life progressed, a lot of little things started happening. In the early 80s, my grandmother passed. At that time, my husband and I were renting a duplex from her. Since a lot of people had come from out of town, they wanted to expedite her estate as soon as possible. Immediately after the funeral, her house was cleaned out and put on the market. My husband and I stayed on until they could sell it. About 2 weeks later, I was home alone. My husband worked nights, and only me and my dog were there. At about 2 a.m., I started hearing sounds in our apartment. At first, my dog started to growl, but then he fell silent. Since I was the only one home, I originally thought that there might be burglars looking for something to steal, so I called the police. They told me to wait in my apartment until they could get there. Meanwhile, in my grandmother's apartment, it sounded like bedlam. Drawers were being opened and closed, and doors were being slammed. When the police came and we entered her apartment, nothing was amiss, and all became quiet. The officer told me that there was no forced entry. The door was double bolted, and unless someone else had a key, they could have not gotten in. They left, and about a half hour later, the noise starts in again. I called the cops. They come out, but no one there. By this time, I'm hysterical and call my husband home from work. While I was waiting for his return, the front door slammed and opened shut so hard that the plates of glass in my living room window shattered. I definitely felt that it was my grandmother's doing. I wonder what she may have been searching for. Maybe she became mad because everything was gone. I've had some other things happen, and I feel as if the undead are drawn to me. I will write again soon and tell you about the haunted apartment. Until then, thank you for reading my story. This just happened during the night. My daughter Courtney was lying in bed, and suddenly, she saw my deceased brother sitting on the side of her bed. My brother had lived in England and dropped dead of a heart attack almost 2 years ago. She was shocked to see him there and a little afraid as she knew he was dead. His name was Bill. Bill leaned forward, looking intently into her eyes, and then leaned back. Courtney, being frightened, closed her eyes. She suddenly felt like she could not move. It was like a wet blanket was on top of her. This really made Courtney freak out. She also could not speak. She was frozen. But then Bill was gone. I think Bill was coming to tell her something, especially when he was leaning forward towards her. The other part, I cannot figure out. Bill would never hurt Courtney, and he would never bring anything evil with him. Her husband and Jack Russell Terrier were out in another room and knew nothing until it was all over, which she then went out of the bedroom to desperately find them. My daughter doesn't know what to think. We need an explanation. I believe my brother was trying to give my daughter some information. The leaning forward then back. I myself had a ghost visit me as a child. 15 years later, I was married and working on family genealogy when a family cousin gave me a photo to borrow that contained my great-grandfather who came from Ireland. This man in the photo looked just like the ghost who came to me as a child. Also, I had funny things happen after my dad died. For one, I took pictures of my dad's car before trading it in, some years after his passing, as it was the last thing of his to go. The pictures were foggy like a ghost stood in front of the camera. It was film pictures then, and the rest of the roll had wonderful photographs. I had also seen my previous husky who passed away in 2005 in the house 3 times. I've gone as far as almost 2 hours away to a doctor's appointment and was in an exam room on a table when something touched my foot. Things never happened to other people in my house, just me. But my daughter, after graduating college, had one dream while still living here in 2008, where both grandparents and our previous husky were in this dream. This was the first time she met her grandmother, as I became pregnant with her right before my mom died. I know it was real and true by what she said to Courtney. My mother liked to put on airs, like she was better than others. That told me it was her by the haughty words Mom used. Around my daughter's birthday in March, my brother Bill was in a dream of hers. My daughter didn't believe before in spirits. She certainly does now. I lost a child, a miscarriage, 2 months before I became pregnant with Courtney. I wondered whether this spirit, whatever, that was preventing Courtney from moving, could have been a child trying to get close to its sister and Bill brought it to meet Courtney, just trying to figure this out. I've been concerned that this also could be a sign that someone in the family will pass soon. Help. I've owned the largest New Age shop in northeastern Pennsylvania, the Emporium of Curious Goods, for the past 19 years. For 16 of those years, I lived in an upstairs apartment until I bought a 22-room Victorian mansion in the next town. Quite frequently during the apartment living, and still to this day downstairs in the shop, I see a large gray cat, usually out of the corner of your eye, but then it vanishes when you look directly at it. I'm not the only one to see it. Many customers over the years have said things like, "You know you're not alone in here," or they'll just outright tell me they saw a big gray cat which vanished before their eyes. One lady recently told me she saw it lying on a counter and went over to pet it, thinking it was real, and it vanished before she reached it. Just a few months ago, I was behind the counter and 4 teenage boys were looking at books in front of the shop. I heard the familiar cat call, "Puss, puss, puss," come from one of them. I looked up to see what was going on, and they called back to me, "Hey, do you know you have a cat out here?" I asked them what it looked like and where it was. They told me it was a big gray cat, and it walked around the corner of the counter. Now, the counter in question is against the wall, so if it walked around the corner, it had to vanish into the wall. When they looked for it again, they couldn't find it. My partner once saw a curtain hanging at a door in a passageway, flip up at the bottom and then lower again, just as if an invisible animal had walked under it. Both one of my clerks and I have actually felt a cat rub up against our leg as we sit behind the counter. We don't know where it came from, but we nicknamed it Spooky, and when we came in the morning and found an item thrown off of a shelf and broken on the floor, we always say, well, Spooky was on the prowl overnight again. One odd thing is the fact that the mansion I bought was the site of a suicide years ago. It belonged to a doctor, and his wife committed suicide in his carriage house, still on the property. She closed the door, turned the car on, and was found many hours later. There are many rumors I've heard as to why, but I do not know if any of them are true. But the ending of the story is that it is the most quiet house I've ever lived in. No activity at all, no feelings, no vibes. I have 5 cats, and at times they seem to follow with their eyes something moving across a room or up a wall, but at the same time I experience nothing. The only odd thing concerning the cats is the fact that my oldest cat, which incidentally was gray, died of old age problems a few years ago in the house. I buried him under the kitchen window area outside in a large patch of ivy. This has now overgrown the gravesite, but all the cats at various times sit on the kitchen windowsill and just stare down at the spot where Salazar is buried. Sometimes their tails twitch and their heads move back and forth, as if they are following something outside. I've even gone out to look when this happens, and there's never anything there. At least I can't see it, but they definitely see and watch something. It seems strange to me that a house from 1895, which probably had many deaths there over 100 years, plus a suicide, only manifests a recently deceased cat. But I guess it is what it is. Thank you for reading. My very special father got sick around Christmas, 2002. The doctors told us that it was probably lung cancer, which originated from his colon, which he had partially removed a few years before. He was 82 years old, but even with all of the cancer treatments, he was not the least bit confused or fuzzy-brained. As he grew sicker, one day he looked at me and said, "Look at the little boy at the end of the bed eating an ice cream cone." I looked, and there was nothing there that I could see. He said, "Why can't you see him? He's sitting there smiling and having a great time." I thought at the time that Daddy may be losing it. 2 days later, he looked at me again and said, "Now the little boy wants me to play ball with him. Don't you see him on the other end of my bed?" Once again, I told him I was sorry, but I didn't. The little boy obviously cheered my dad up because it put a big smile on his thin, worn face. That next morning, the nurse called me and told me that my sweet dad had passed away quietly in his sleep that night. I'm telling the story because I believe with all my heart that the little boy at the end of the bed was an angel that came to take my dad to heaven. My mom had a miscarriage before I was born, and it was a boy. It could have even been my brother. What I'm trying to say is that now, more than ever, I believe that there is a life after death, and before you die, an angel is sent to carry you to heaven. I love and miss my dad more than I can say, but because of the little angel, I know that my dad is in a wonderful place where you eat ice cream cones and play ball together.
The Kaimuki House is a true story about a haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii. The ghost that is said to haunt the house is called Acacia, a man-eating demon from Japanese folklore with an insatiable hunger for blood and corpses. There is an infamous haunted house in Honolulu, Hawaii that locals call Kaimuki House. In the summer of 1942, the house was occupied by a single mother and her 3 children.
One night, the police were called to her house. They found the hysterical woman in the front yard screaming, "She's trying to kill my children." When they entered the house, the police officers stumbled onto a scene that they would never forget. The 3 children were being thrown around the room by an invisible force. The officers watched for over an hour, unable to do anything, as the children were beaten and strangled by the unseen entity. The incident was on the front page of the local newspaper headlines for several days. Years later, 3 girls were sharing the house. One night, they started to hear strange noises. It sounded like someone was moving around and talking. One of the girls felt an invisible hand on her arm. They called the police. When the officer arrived, he found the 3 girls standing outside the house with a look of sheer terror on their faces. The girls decided to go and stay with one of their mothers, and the policemen decided to follow them to make sure nothing happened. However, on the way, the police officer saw the girl's car pull over into a parking lot. The girl in the front seat was struggling with something invisible that was trying to strangle her. When the police jumped out of his car and tried to rescue the girls, he felt a strange, calloused hand grab his arm and twist it. Suddenly, the door of the vehicle flew open and the girl was thrown out onto the road. She was clawing at her throat as if someone was choking her. They were unable to do anything to stop the attack and were forced to watch as the woman was strangled to death. In 1977, a Japanese couple moved into the haunted house in Kaimuki. They didn't know anything about its history. On their first night in the place, the wife woke up at midnight because the bedroom was very cold. When she looked around, she was horrified to see a ghostly white figure floating in midair. It was a woman with no arms or legs. When the wife tried to wake her husband, the figure disappeared. The next day, the couple were so disturbed by the apparition that they contacted a priest. He advised them to make offerings of bread and water to the spirit every night. He said it was Acacia, a Japanese demon caused by some horrible murders that occurred in the house years before. After repeating the ceremony every night for a week, the couple never saw the horrific spirit in the house again. These stories are just the tip of the iceberg. They say the cause of the haunting was a series of terrible murders. Many years before, a Japanese immigrant lived in the house with his wife and 2 children. Apparently, the husband killed his wife, his son, and his daughter. He chopped up the bodies and hid them on the property. The police discovered the corpses of the wife and son buried in the garden, but the daughter's body was never found. They say her corpse is still hidden somewhere in the house. After that, the house was abandoned for many years. Later, there were 2 women who lived in the house. One of the women fell in love with a man. There was some type of love triangle, and they say the man was driven mad by jealousy. He murdered both of the women and then committed suicide in the house. The bodies of the 3 people were found inside the home after a few days. It is believed that these horrible murders were created by Acacia, a Japanese demon created by a grudge or extreme anger after a shocking murder. Today, villagers still tell stories of the terrifying occurrences, and many books and newspaper articles have been written detailing the haunting in Kaimuki House. In another story, an hour ago, dispatch received a call from the neighbors. There were shrieks coming from this house, and then a woman was hysterical in the yard. Something was in the house, they say, that was smashing furniture and attacking anyone who tried to come in. It seemed to be after her son, who, according to the officers, was floating smack dab in the middle of the room while all the fracas was going on. The officers say that the attack lasted for nearly an hour. The blood-soaked interior of the room and all the furniture had been smashed to a million bits, as if a tornado had torn into Kaimuki, had been methodically pulled apart by the arms, legs, and head before his torso was ripped in half like a gutted fish. The family that lived there before the vacancy had 2 children and a single mother. Both children were killed by this entity, ripped apart by an invisible force right before the mother's eyes, as well as the eyes of several police officers that were called to the scene due to screams and major commotion. These events are actually documented in a police report, therefore deeming this event credible. The land remembers. One night, I was camping near where an old river dam had been. I pulled the canoe late, so I just draped the tarp over the canoe and crawled in underneath it and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of roaring water. I crawled up out from under the tarp and the sound stopped. I thought I must have been imagining it, or it was the wind through the trees or something. I crawled back under the tarp and the sound started again. This time, when I crawled out, it didn't stop. The sound got louder and louder. I realized that it sounded like water ripping through the woods. Even the dogs had their hair on end. I quick pulled the tarp off the canoe and dragged it up to the top of a ridge and waited to see what was making that noise. Then I heard the voices, men yelling and a dull thumping noise. I huddled down next to the boat, pulled the dogs close, and waited for the sun to come up to find out what was happening. Morning came, and there was nothing to see. To this day, I don't know what it was, but I have my ideas. I will not camp there ever again. I was told that the land remembers, and that's fine. I just don't need to be there when it's remembering. The Thing. When I was younger, I used to visit my family with my grandfather in Knoxville, Tennessee. He had 9 brothers and sisters that lived up there, and they all had children, my cousins. Everyone lived in one really large house. The house had a huge backyard, about 3 football fields long, but past the yard on all sides was nothing but mountains and woods. One night, I was out in the woods, although it wasn't supposed to be. Adults would always yell. When I saw what I guess to be a half-body apparition. I never found an explanation for it. I can only describe it as half a person. The torso was missing. It was just black, but almost see-through black, if that makes sense. It wasn't in a straight form. It was almost like moving gas. But it was definitely the lower portion of a very tall person. It just materialized suddenly, although the moment before I saw it, I heard a noise that I can't describe. It sounded like a really heavy person, around 300 to 400 pounds to make that noise. Stepped on a really heavy or thick branch and cracked it. I booked it up to the house as fast as I could. My oldest cousin stopped me, and I explained as much as I could at the time. He had also seen something familiar a few summers before that. The Scream. Some friends and I were doing some night fishing on the James River. We were sitting along the shoreline with a nice fire going, accompanied by the usual idle talk and a few beers, when suddenly everyone just stopped talking, like a switch was flipped off. We were all staring across the river and felt as if something or someone was staring back. It was a very uneasy feeling, to which some of the group tried to shake off with the typical macho humor, when a blood-curdling sound erupted from the other shore that froze everyone in their tracks. This sound was unlike any other that I had heard, and it made every hair on my body vibrate and tickle. The only way I can describe it is it sounded like a wild person with no language skills being gutted alive. No words, just this high-pitched, blood-curdling scream. Nobody moved or said a word. We all just sat there, fixed in our stare, when just as suddenly, a second scream was let loose, with even more force than the first. By this time, several of us were sprinting to our tracks that were parked within 20 or 30 feet and retrieving various firearms. We all sat there quietly with our eyes fixed, staring towards the opposite shore, watching the light from our fire reflecting off the rocks. Hours later, we packed it up and left, feeling very unsettled. We never did figure out that one out, or even hazard a guess as to what was on the opposite bank. The invisible assailant. It was very early in the morning, around 2 to 3 a.m., and I was in a very open area, waiting for my boss to return with some equipment. As I was waiting, I got that feeling like I was being watched by something that didn't want me there and had some intent on harming me. I stood up and looked around. The moon was very bright that night, and I could clearly see all the way to the tree lines, probably 50 yards on both sides of me. Nothing around. I calmed down a bit and took my pack off my back to get my drink out. As I opened my drink, I hear this whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound flying through the air from behind me. It was like that sound that a stick makes if you throw it overhand. I literally drove out of the way with my bag falling to the ground and my drink flying through the air, spilling as I jumped away. I recover from my diving experience and take my radio out of my bag to radio my boss. I go, "I'm not trying to freak you out or anything, but I'm on my way back to the shop. I just had something thrown at me." As I'm talking to him, I'm looking around on the snowy ground for anything that could have been hurled at me. There was nothing on the ground but snow. I had no idea what the hell was going on at this point. His reply of, "I've already got a head start on you. I'll see you there," sounded out of breath like he was running. I gather my stuff and start hauling ass back to the shop. I get back and meet up with my boss. He's pacing back and forth in our shop, freaking out. I get him to calm down, and he tells me he was on his way back up to me when he got the same feeling I got before something got thrown at me. He said after he got the feeling, he stopped to look around and heard something clearly two-legged start walking towards him, barely crunching in the snow. Then he said it started running at him, but there was nothing in sight. All of the sounds of movement stopped, and he froze to listen for more sounds. Then he said a hot breath was hitting the back of the neck, and he proceeded to freak the fuck out. He said he ran the whole way back to the shop, and about halfway back is when he heard me on the radio. The crazy part about this whole thing is the area we were working has several burial mounds in the woods from Native Americans. Apparently, there also used to be an altar of some kind, made out of stone, that was buried during a construction project a few decades ago. The Thing in the Swamp. As I sat in the dark in my tree stand, I kept having that feeling of being watched. Now I have hunted, camped, and grew up in the woods and am completely at home, day or night, in the darkest, deepest swamps, and I had never had this feeling. I just couldn't put my finger on it. When I was slithering down later that morning, I saw something out of the corner of my eye about the same time that I heard it. I heard the crash and just barely caught the sight of something running through the palmettos parallel to me. Now I say barely because it looked like a huge brown dog. Honestly, at first I thought it was a buffalo. It crashed through the thicket and I heard it hit water. It sounded like a herd of hogs plowing the trees. Around 2 or so that afternoon, I had been sitting in the stand, maybe an hour or so, when I heard the faint splash of hogs across the thicket in the swamp. As it got louder, I began getting nervous. It was so weird because I had never felt that way before. Well, what I thought was a bunch of hogs turned out to be one single critter. When it was within a few hundred yards, I could hear it plain and clear. Whatever it was in no hurry and stayed out of sight. I had scouted the area and I knew the water the creature was in was waist deep on me. I could hear the splash, drip, 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 splash, as it put one foot in front of the other, real slow, like it was trying to be quiet. I thought it might be another person, till I thought about how deep that water was. I would never point a gun at a noise or anything I wasn't planning to kill dead, but as that noise got louder, I was looking down the barrel. I was actually shaking. The creature eventually got to the edge of the water with about 40 yards of thicket before the open ground between us. It crashed about 10 or 15 yards and then went quiet. Deathly quiet. No frogs, no crickets, no birds, nothing. I might have imagined it, but I thought I could hear something every now and then, like it was slipping in on me. It was getting dark by then, and to say I was shaken would be an understatement of the century. I never saw or heard anything else that evening, but I was so put off by the sounds that I left my bag hanging on a nail in the stand. It was 2 days before I got the nerve up to go back after my bag. But when I returned, the bag was gone and the bark of the tree had been scratched and clawed to hell. I have never been back to that swamp. I've told a few people about the creature, but no one believes me. The Thing in the Woods. When I was young, we lived in this tiny town. It had 3 streets, 2 streetlights, and about 50 homes. All of the town kids would get together and play pickup games of baseball and such during the summer months. This particular evening, after the sun went down, we decided to play laser tag. There were about 10 of us, and all of us had our own set of tag vests and laser guns. We basically took over one section of the town and would run through the yards and hide behind garages. Anything we wanted to do. We split into 5 teams of 2. I was with my stepbrother at the time, Ryan. As I mentioned earlier, there were 3 main streets in this town and lots of alleyways. One of the streets was the easternmost, and it was bordered by a marsh and woods on one side and homes on the other. Ryan and I were running down the street, thinking we had seen one of the other teams running through a yard. We were going to block them in and shoot them, so Ryan and I split up. He went west, and I stayed on the eastern road, bordering the woods. This is a scary road at night. The houses are a little dilapidated on the left, and the woods on the right have some ruins of old farmhouses scattered throughout. The marsh attracted a lot of frogs and other animals, so it was always loud. I continued walking along and soon became distracted with cracking twigs and leaves in the woods. My heart started to race, but I was frozen in fear. I just couldn't move. I looked to my right, and there was an old dead tree, and I swore that I saw a movement behind the trunk. I stared, waiting for it to move again. I saw the tall, dark figure lean its head around the trunk of the tree. I could not see any features in detail because it was nighttime, but I could make out the dark, solid figure. It was standing upright. This told me it was time to leave. I ran home and stayed inside the rest of the night. I didn't even bother to tell my stepbrother. He later came in mad because I had abandoned him. Today, I wonder if this was the same thing that chased my dad. I have posted that story as well. Wake up call, Texas style. A little background before the story. It was the summer that I turned 10 years old. I was spending the summer working with my grandfather. He was retired. In his life, he had been a soldier from World War I, farmer, mechanic, carpenter, salesman, general handyman, and anything else that needed to be done to make a living for his family. A true burly man. He and my grandmother lived in a house in Mineral Wells, Texas, that he, my dad, and uncles had built on a small farm at the edge of town. His farm was about 10 acres and covered in fruit trees and garden plots. There was a man-made pond, or tank as they are called in Texas, right outside the kitchen window. The house was small and utilitarian. It had a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 2 bedrooms, Granny and Granddad's and off-limits to the grandkids, and a small guest bedroom that I was staying in that summer. Someone had given my grandfather an old house for the materials in it if he would tear it down and haul it off. So my dad and uncles tore the house and hauled all of the material to Granddad's backlot. Granddad was going to use the lumber to build a workshop, guest house for all of his kids and grandkids to make use of, and my job was to pull and straighten nails and sort the lumber that was stacked out back. Summers in Texas are brutal. Granddad would get up early, before it was light outside, then wake me up. Granny always had a breakfast ready for us. We would eat and then get to work. We would work until around 10, or until Granddad thought it was warm enough. Then we would go inside, cool off, have lunch, maybe take a nap or play dominoes or cards, then go back out and work some more in the evening when it had cooled off outside. To make a short story long, one morning I woke up before Granddad had called me to get up. I had the feeling that he was in the room just staring at me. I was lying there wondering why he hadn't teased me about being a lazybones or slug-aped as he usually did. Finally, I opened my eyes to see what he was up to. When I opened my eyes, I noticed that the room was completely lit up, like the sun was coming through the windows. Then I heard a loud voice yell, "You peeked! You're dead!" Then an explosion of light. Then the whole room went dark. I was lying there with my eyes squeezed shut, scared out of my wits. I was thinking, "Holy crap, I'm dead," or something along those lines. I don't know how long I lay there thinking that I was really dead and that this was indeed a very strange experience. Finally, Granddad came into the room, flipped on the light, yelled at me to quit burning daylight, and I realized that I was still alive. After a couple of days, I asked Granddad if anything weird had ever happened to him or Granny in the house. He said, "Don't worry about it," and would change the subject whenever I tried to bring it up. When I would ask Granny, she would say that she didn't understand and change the subject. Could have been a dream, but if it was the most intense, terrifying dream that I have ever had. With Granny and grandkids' responses, I think that there was something going on, but they didn't want to scare me or any of the others. Granny and Granddad lived in the house for about another 10 years before moving into a trailer on my uncle's ranch in West Texas. Until they moved, I never slept in that room again, and if I had to go into it, for any reason, would get in and get out as quickly as possible. The Shadow Man is back. It's been a while since I posted anything on here, since I only had one experience whilst I was a child. So the spirit demon creature that I have dreamed and deemed the Shadow Man has come back into my life. Now, before I say what has started happening, I will explain a bit about what happened when I was a kid. Basically, when I was younger, I had a spirit stalk me wherever I went. I always felt like I was being followed whenever I went outside when it was getting dark. I would always see it out the window, but whenever I saw it, it would run away. I believe that it increased my anger issue when I was a kid. To put it simply, when I was younger, I had anger issues that were never really tied to anything. I had a short temper, but I don't remember doing as much as people said I did. Throwing things at people's head, trying to hit people with metal bats, etc. Since I can remember, I had anger issues, and since I can remember, I saw the Shadow Man following me, and after a certain point, I stopped seeing him, and my anger issues subsided sometime around the end of elementary school. Now, I believe it is back. About a month or so ago, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I was at work around 8 and it was dark outside. I work at a fast food joint and don't usually have the later shifts, and I felt like something was watching me from outside the dining room windows. The dining room walls are pretty much all windows, by the way, and I kept feeling the need to look out the windows and look into the darkness of night. And for the second time in my life, I was extremely uncomfortable in going out into the dark because I knew it was out there. Although I knew, in the end, I had to suck it up and throw out the garbage. At the time, I just ignored it and thought I was just paranoid for no reason, but 2 weeks ago, whilst I was in the morning shift before the store even opened, I saw a black figure walking around in the dining room, and by the time I went to check it out, the Shadow Man was gone. The reason I knew it was him is because I got a better look at him than I usually did. After that, I started getting scared. Now I thought, hey, maybe it's just a mistake and maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe it was something that, I was just making up in my head, as I just mentioned. But now I just learned that last night my mom woke up to a black figure. The way she described it matches the exact same thing I saw, standing near her bed and looking down at her, and when she woke up, it disappeared. Now, back when I was a kid, it caused me anger issues, from what I believe, and now, as of late, I have been feeling more annoyed, angry, bitter, hateful. At the moment, I am trying to tell myself that it is all in my head, but I was wondering what you guys thought, and is there a way for me to get it out of my life? I am honestly so scared to lose what's left of who I am. I already hate most people. I didn't when I was younger. There are times I don't feel emotions, and to be honest, I don't value human life at all. I'm not a psychopath. I just don't care about people at all, and don't feel anything when people die around me. I still try to be nice, and I still try and care for people, but I've always felt like there was a part of me missing. A part of my soul. I'm agnostic. So what do you guys think? Anything will help. Real experience with Bloody Mary. I was only 7 at the time. A few friends and I went to a bowling alley. Now our parents belonged to a bowling group, so we just chilled at the arcade part. One of the other kids told us a story about Bloody Mary. My friends and I didn't believe them. So me and 2 of my friends went to the men's room. All we had was a flashlight. We turned off all the lights and chanted, "Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary." My one friend then flashed a flashlight on and quickly off. I looked at the mirror and there was a girl. She looked like she was in her early 20s. She was looking the other way, yet started to turn towards us. My friend and I bolted out of there before she attacked us like the legend says. After this experience, I feel like someone's always watching me. I haven't tried contacting any other spirits after this. A few months after my friend did this, my dad died. Could she have driven him crazy enough to kill himself? Could the spirit be so full of rage it drives people to shoot themselves? Now, ever since this happened, my moods are different. I'm 15 and sometimes I'll just suddenly go into depression. Some days I just want to curl up and die. Could this be revenge for summoning her all these years ago? My friends who did this with me all stopped talking to me. I met one recently and she seems okay. Could I have been the only one who's seen Bloody Mary? Could she only be after me? If she is, then why? This may have happened 7 or 8 years ago, but I still feel the effects. The fireplace. This is the first paranormal experience that I ever had. It took place at my grandma's house, and I was 7 years old. My grandma lived in a suburb of Melbourne called St. Kilda and lived on Crema Street. Many of the houses in St. Kilda were built in the late 1800s to the early 1900s, and many were mansions. My grandma's house was a single-story, red bricked, 2-bedroom home that was very modest in comparison to some of the mansions that were built on Crema Street. It was built on a large block of land, and I remember the front and back being overgrown with trees. Sadly, many of these houses have now been torn down to make room for newly built houses and apartment buildings. My grandma's home had 2 bedrooms at the front of the house, and then a long dark hallway which led to the lounge and kitchen area. The laundry and bathroom facilities were located outside, which was not unusual for houses built in this era. The main bedroom, which was my grandma's, had a huge fireplace in it. No central heating back in the day when the houses were built. The house was always cold, mainly due to the fact that it was surrounded by trees. It was a great cool house to be in during the hot summer, but it would get extremely cold in the wintertime. There was a gas heater at the front of the house, which would warm up the lounge and kitchen area, but bedrooms would always stay cold. As my grandma was getting old and suffered from bad asthma, my dad used to worry a lot in the winter that she would get too cold in the wintertime at night in her bedroom. My grandma absolutely refused to use the fireplace as she was scared of having an accident and being burnt or setting the house on fire. Many times when we visit her, I can remember my dad constantly offering to light a small fire in the fireplace, telling my grandma that he would extinguish it before we left, just so she could have a bit of warmth in her room at night. But she flatly refused, and would be very adamant that she did not want to ever use the fireplace. I remember it was a Saturday night, and my dad and I had stayed for dinner. I was sitting on the floor in front of the TV, and I was watching the Muppet Show. I must have fallen asleep, and my dad took me to my grandma's room and put me in her bed. He left the door open and switched on a lamp next to the bed. I remember walking up and realizing that I was in my grandma's room, and I was all alone. I hated being alone in her house, and I was really afraid of the long dark hallway and would never venture to the front of the house without someone being with me. I threw back the bed covers and contemplated whether I should call out for my dad to come and get me, or if I should make the bolt down the dark hallway to the safety of my dad and grandma. I put my feet on the floor, deciding I would run down the hallway and something flickering caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Standing by the fireplace was a transparent figure of a lady. She was standing side on and seemed to be gazing sadly into the fireplace. She was wearing a nightgown that was long at the back, but the front of the gown seemed much shorter and ragged looking. I screamed like a banshee and tore out of the room down the hallway where my dad met me halfway. Through terrified tears, I told him that there was a lady in a funny nightie in my grandma's room. He went to have a look while my grandma hugged me. She told me not to be afraid and the lady would never hurt me. My dad assumed that I must have had a bad dream, although I insisted it was real. Every time we visited my grandma after this, I would never look into her bedroom, for fear I would see this lady once again. A few years later, my grandma moved as the house was getting too much for her to maintain on her own, and she moved into a smaller flat. While packing and cleaning up, my dad made a joke that at least we would not have to clean out the fireplace, as it had never been used, and it brought back the memory of the night I saw the lady in the strange nightie. I asked my grandma if she remembered, and she said of course she did. She then went on to tell me that she had seen this lady on many occasions over the years, and had grown used to seeing her. She believed that she was a past resident of the house that had probably fallen into the fireplace and had burnt herself to death. Hence why her nightgown was shorter and ragged at the front, as it was burnt. My grandma had not mentioned this to me before, as she did not want me to be any more scared than I was when I visited her. This is why she never used the fireplace, as she felt this lady answered and appeared as a warning that accidents can happen, and obviously my grandma took her warning very seriously. My grandma has since passed away, but I will never forget that night I saw this apparition of the lady with the funny nightie. A head in the fireplace. I've lived in the same house all my life. I'm 16 in a few weeks. I'm not an expert on these sorts of things, like you guys seem to be after reading some of your stories, so bear with me, as I'm not very knowledgeable on the subjects of ghosts and demons and those things of that nature. My house is pretty old, about 80 years old, my mom says. My Grams believes in this sort of thing, but the rest of my family is pretty skeptical, so we will rarely discuss it. The first thing I remember happening to me is when I was about 6. I had chickenpox and I couldn't sleep because they were so itchy, and my mom let me stay up late. It was about midnight and I was watching Jurassic Park. I was alone, but my mom was in the next room if I needed her. We have this big old-fashioned fireplace, but we rarely light it, and it wasn't lit on this night. There was a funny bit in the movie, and I giggled, and I heard a laugh, really quietly, but pretty gruff like a man's. I turned around and saw a man's head in the fireplace. It disappeared quickly, but I was convinced of it. I wasn't frightened at all and just carried on watching the film. See, I have no idea how that head even materialized. I know there was an old lady who previously lived there. She was a librarian. She knew my mom, and my mom had lived on this street all her life. The lady moved out and went to live with her relatives. That was about 25 years ago, so I'm assuming she's not alive, and she was very old when she left. So I'm thinking she might have had a husband, and I guess if I were to explain the fireplace incident, it might have been her husband in the fireplace. I know this is a short story, but there were other events that occurred that I will explain in a different post. So does anybody know what happened or can explain anything about the man in the fireplace? I'm still at a loss for words. I don't know what to say about that. As I said, I'm new to this whole experience and I don't know much about paranormal activity. Thank you, though. About 15 years ago, the guy living in my current house died. After about 12 years, we moved in. People say he died from a heart attack, but others say his wife killed him. But I ended up getting the room he died in. Every night, I could hear beating in the chimney in the room, and it would slowly move its way up right above my bed. A week later, I had my friend Megan spend a night to see if we could hear it too. Well, she did. Then I had my sister stay in there to see if she could hear it. About a week later, it was my birthday, and we slept out in the tent. We could hear someone screaming, so we went out to check it out. We didn't see anything outside, so we went inside. We could hear footsteps up the stairs, but we didn't see anybody. But then the door to my room opened. We went in there, and we saw a shadow going into the chimney. We were wondering why he would go into the chimney, and people say that his wife killed him and stuffed him in the chimney itself. Every other night, I can hear the doorbell ring, but no one is there. So I'd go up to my bed. Then I could hear the door shut and hear the footsteps go up the stairs and into my room, but this time I didn't see anybody. I've heard rumors that there's a chimney ghost, but also that the body may still be there. Then again, I've never seen a body in the chimney, so I really doubt there would be a body stuffed in the chimney still after all this time. This is pretty creepy, and all the occurrences in the chimney just leave me unsettled. Thanks for reading.
About 1 week ago, my daughter called me from work asking me if I would take in a dog that had been hit by a car and that they thought both its legs were broke. I said yes, and while her friend was bringing her to me, I was getting a cage with bedding, blankets, paper, food, and water ready for her arrival. The friend got to my home, and we walked out together as it took the two of us to carry the dog. We got her in my home and I saw that she was hurt worse than they had thought, so I'd put my dog in another room, and we put her here in the living room in the toddler bed so I could stay with her. The friend left, and I called my girlfriend to come over because I had no money to take the dog to the vet and thought she may help. By the time the dog got to my house, I covered her in blankets and tried putting water in her mouth with my fingers and moistened her lips and tongue. Her gums and tongue were pale, like she was in shock. She started having trouble breathing, so I rolled her over. Nothing changed and only got worse in a few minutes. By the time my girlfriend had gotten there, I had already once thought that the dog had died. She stopped breathing, then suddenly, she took a breath, and my girlfriend came in and the dog was having a really hard time, only breathing periodically. Within 5 minutes of my girlfriend getting there, the dog died. I made sure for about 10 minutes and then covered her head with the blankets I had tried to warm her with. My girlfriend and I then sat. I bawled my eyes out and she tried to comfort me. I then got myself together and started trying to figure out what to do with the poor dog's remains. I kept checking her to assure she was gone and closed her mouth. I got a shower curtain and a stuffed toy to put under her chin to lay with her to rest in peace. Then I took my family blanket we used to watch TV and throw over us to wrap the little girl in love. Then I found an old cargo net out of my old SUV to tie it shut, as I didn't know as of yet where to put her as the ground was frozen, so I couldn't even bury her. About 30 minutes later, my girlfriend and I decided to put the little one, all tied up and warm, in my girlfriend's garage until we could bury her. We drove to her house and I carried her in and placed her on an old lounge napping couch. Me and my girlfriend had broken up over this and stayed that way until the day of the encounter. Now this dog was a black lab with white down the center of its chest and a faded red nylon collar. Then the 16th rolled around, and I was just bothered and wanted to see my girlfriend.
So I texted her asking if she wanted to come by that evening and hang out. Of course she said yes. So she came over straight from work that evening and we had a few beers and were driving around. While driving around, she told me that she had gotten someone to bury the dog a couple of days prior about 30 minutes away. We got a little over halfway between her house and mine, and we passed a dog on the road coming towards us in the other lane of a 2-lane road. I slowed down and gasped for air and said, "Oh my God, did you see that?" She asked, "What are you talking about?" And I replied with, "No, I'm not saying a word. I'm turning around and see what you think." She replied, "I think I know what you are going to say." So I found a place to turn around, and we drove back to see this dog. We found it on the other lane of the road, walking up another road that went up the hill. I said, "No, Kathy, wait, just look." So I drove up beside the dog, and it stopped and stared at us without making a move or sound. So I ended up rolling down my window and said, "Hey there, baby." Still no wag of a tail or anything. It looked just like that dog that we had that died previously, and had the very same color. Kathy told me to get the hell out of there and just not speak about it anymore. But what does this mean? Did we see the dead ghost of the dog that we just took care of? Because I swear it seemed like the same one. It looked exactly like it. I just don't know what to think at this point. But thank you for reading. My experience happened in late October to early November of 1985 or 1986, and for years, I've searched the web and reading materials of World War II for information regarding the USS Alabama. I gave up for a while, but recently my interest was aroused again, and there's more information available now on the ship. I toured the ship with my first husband and 2 other couples. No one else was on the ship except the 6 of us, and each chose a different route. I believe there were 3 painted lines, red, yellow, and blue, at the beginning of the tour, and each route ran through the entire ship, but just not together. Each couple chose a different route, and we did not run into each other again because the ship was so large. A few minutes into the tour, I had the feeling of not being alone, that other people were watching us, and I kept turning around, looking for someone, but no one was ever there. This continued throughout the entire tour, until my husband started questioning me on why I kept turning around. When I told him, he just scoffed at me. I never heard any voices or saw anyone or anything, but I just had the uncanny feeling of unseen presence and some sadness. The only noises I remember was something being banged on metal, which I attributed to the settling of the ship. At the very end of the tour, just before we were to get off the ship, we saw a sleeping compartment for some sort of lieutenant. I entered the compartment and sat on the bunk for just a second or two. As I was coming out of this compartment, something snatched a diamond earring out of my ear. Not much pain, but definitely a force, and not just the earring falling out on its own. I was upset because I thought even if I was able to find the earring, I would have to go to a jewelry store to get another back for it, because I knew I would never be able to find the little tiny back to it. When we found the earring, it was in the corner 10 to 12 feet from where I had been standing, and the back was still on it. I took this to mean that there definitely had been someone or something else on that tour with us, and because my husband kept scoffing at me, this was the other person's way of letting me know I'd not been wrong. This next part may be just my imagination, or maybe there could have been pictures of some of the officers on the ship at the time I was there. I don't remember, but for years, I've carried the image of a tall, thin-faced, blonde officer in my mind. No name, just his face. A few weeks ago, when I began my search again for information on the ship, one website had pictures and biographies of some of the commanders. One is the face I had seen in my mind for years. Unless there were pictures on that ship back in 85 or 86, there's no other place I could have seen that face. None of the books on World War II I've searched through have this man in them. This is the only strange thing that has ever happened to me. I've been to the Winchester Mystery House in California, the Oak Alley Plantation in Louisiana, Silver War Battlefield Parks, etc., and never, ever has anything even remotely different happened to me. In my opinion, California is one of the most haunted places in the world. Its history is no doubt one of greed and sadness. Whole tribes of people like the Tungava, ravaged by disease, slavery, genocide, and deculturalization at the hands of the white man and his moral cloak.
Both my mother and I have had a heightened sense of spirits, both good and bad, and have had many interesting encounters, of which many may be skeptical. Regardless, when one experiences things firsthand, they tend to be more understanding, and so I hope you find my encounters with spirits interesting. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was around 12 at the time. My mother and I lived in the Vanderlip estate of Portuguese Bend, a place of urban legend and mysterious happenings. Frank A. Vanderlip bought the Palos Verdes Peninsula back in 1913 and began construction of the Vanderlip estate within the year. There is a large mansion in which he and his family lived, and several other surrounding buildings. It is said that his daughter, Narissa, fell in love with an African American and bore his child, which was at the time an abomination. Outraged, her father locked her away in the asylum he had built across the road, now called Narissa Drive, and murdered her lover and child. It is also said that not long after, he murdered his entire family and their 2 dogs and buried them in the walls of the mansion, then hanged himself from a beam in the living room. Some say they have seen the ghosts of the family members in the windows of the mansion and have heard the cries of the children and barking of the dogs. Whether or not this is true is debatable, as there are no known historical accounts of this happening, but I will leave that to your judgment. What I can confirm is that this place is cursed by something dark. Experienced psychics will tell you to stay away from this area. It is not something to be tampered with, and I don't disagree. My mother and I lived in the farthest building up the hill, Casa Azul, which is, as the name describes, a blue house. All the homes in the estate are Spanish-styled houses of a somewhat lavish design, each with a unique name, indeed very beautiful and not seemingly sinister, not during the day anyway. Whenever my mother and I would explore the grounds, we could feel the presence of spirits around us, usually content and peaceful. But as soon as the sun would begin to set, we could feel the change come over the land, as if the air was constricted and something was lurking in the shadows that did not mean well. In our home, we would experience things all the time, and it didn't really frighten us. Events like screen doors opening and shutting when there was no wind, footsteps running on the tiled floors, objects taken and left in peculiar places. One time my mother's white gold hoop earrings went missing from her jewelry box. On my way back from the Greek pillar ruins, I felt something behind me and ran as quickly as I could down the hill. I stopped and turned to confront it, and there was nothing there. But when I turned around, there were the earrings in the middle of the path, just in front of my feet. The hair stood up on my whole body, and I picked them up and ran back to the house. On another occasion, I was sitting on the couch in the living room, reading quietly, when I heard something walk behind me and tenderly grabbing my hair, which was hanging over the back of the couch as it walked past. I thought it was my mother, but when I turned, no one was there. I remembered then that she had been sleeping for over an hour on the bed across the room, and I realized that I had been touched by a friendly spirit. Other things occurred in that house, like tipped over drinks, spirits like offerings, and broken dishes. The bathroom sink would randomly turn on, and beds would be unmade when we got back from hiking or days out. We heard laughter and cries, people whispering in other languages, and sometimes we would hear someone calling our names, but no one was there. We could also feel someone watching us while we were sleeping, hovering over us. There was also a ghost cat that lingered there who I called Daisy. Sometime later, we were forced to move back into the house I had lived in since I was 5 with my grandmother. She's a skeptical woman, an Episcopalian who doesn't believe in the supernatural, but many things have happened to me in that house. I've seen my deceased grandfather, a man who I've never met or saw a picture of, since he died in front of my mother when she was 8. The first time I saw him, I heard a high-pitched ringing in my ears, and when I looked through the back window of the study, I saw the cloudy gray figure of a man in his 50s-style clothing, thick-rimmed glasses, and hair combed back. He looked at me for a few seconds, and then he was gone. I saw him again 2 years later, only he made himself more present. He was less transparent, standing in the hall of the living room wearing a blue sweater, tan shorts, and the same thick-rimmed glasses with combed-back hair. When I described him to my mom, her face went slightly pale, and she showed me the picture of him, telling me who he was and what happened to him. We were both amazed. Other spirits dwelled in the house, and still do. Spirits of Tungva, spirits of things that were never human, and deceased relatives.
My mother and I often smelled floral perfume and clove cigarettes at random times, and she was certain it was her grandmother's sister, Dorothy. My own grandmother, a succulent woman named Gloria, who was my father's mother, would watch over me, on and off, and still does. I know this because when she's present, everything gets quieter, and I get a static ringing in my ears, accompanied by the strong smell of cedar. There were good and evil spirits in the house. The bad were tall, wispy, shadow-like figures who would hover over you when you were sleeping, looking at you menacingly. They were energy stealers, much like the Dementors of Harry Potter, who hated good things and sage smoke. The good spirits were ghosts of Tungva, who my mother and I could feel constantly. Some felt lost, others scared and sad, and some angry. I think we intrigued them in some way. They would give us signs to make themselves known. We would ask to find beads, bowls, or shells, and they would appear. Sometimes, I would have to make a bed on the floor so my mother could sleep in my bed when she would visit, and on 2 separate occasions, I was moved. It was always the same position. I would be sleeping next to the closet, with my feet pointing toward the direction of the ocean, which was a 10-minute walk away. When I woke up, I would be at my mother's left side, laying horizontal to the ocean. The blankets were folded neatly underneath me, and I would wake up on my back. I sleep on my side, with the blanket laid neatly on top of me. After reading about the spirits of Hawaiian soldiers, the marchers, I have come to the conclusion that where I was lying must have been a sacred path, and the spirits continued to walk that way. To give you a visual idea, we lived right next to the Lunda Bay Canyon, which stretches from the top of the hill in Rancho Palos Verdes all the way down to the ocean's edge, though the portion between our house and PV Drive West was filled in and made into a storm drain. Still, as Jim Morrison said, the streets are fields that never die. I am a firm believer in ghosts and spirits, and I can tell you that everything I've said is true. Whether or not you believe me is your own choice, but if you keep an open mind, you might have a few stories of your own to tell. In 1967, we moved into a home in Lancaster, California. This was in the desert, and when it got really hot in the summer, me and my older brother liked to sleep outside. Occasionally, I thought I heard footsteps pacing up and down the hall. I just covered my head. Then one night, I heard the back doorknob moving like someone was trying to get in. I screamed for my dad, and we both walked down the hall towards the kitchen where the back door was located. As soon as we got within sight of the door, it stopped. The footsteps in the hall continued, though. Then one night, my brother and I were sleeping outside. We had just finished listening to the Dodgers game on the radio. I recall that game was very, very long, going into multiple extra innings. We fell asleep under the stars when the game was over. We suddenly woke up to our dog, who had been leashed to the tree we were under, running around the yard barking. We gathered up the dog and noticed that the metal clasp of the leash was bent backwards. This was a heavy cast clasp, and it would not be possible to bend it back unless we put it in a vise and used a hammer. So we tied the leash on. The dog could not have done it because this dog was just a little poodle terrier mix, and the bend was in the wrong direction for it to have been made if the leash was pulled on. Then I noticed it. The back door, which was half glass and inside of our glassed-in porch, was shaking and doorknob was rattling all by itself. I told my brother, "See, that's what I've been hearing." Now I had a witness. We watched it for a bit before it stopped. I heard the rattling doorknob several more times, once when I was sleeping outside by myself, and it was almost light out. This is where the story takes a freaky turn. The lady who sold the house to us was selling it because her husband had just died. All their children were gone, and she no longer needed a large 4-bedroom house. Also, the day we moved in, I was sick with a sore throat. The doorbell rang and my mom went to answer it. I followed her. At the door was a little girl, my age, named Kim, who I later became friends with. I was 7 when we moved in. She said that she had come to our house to inform us that we were moving into a house that was known in the neighborhood to be haunted. Then she left. I later did some research and read that poltergeists can't get through locked doors. When we slept outside, this back door was locked. If we needed to get in, there was another back door that led to my parents' bedroom. At about 3 a.m. Tuesday morning, I was leaving my apartment on North Penn near Qual Springs Mall in northwest Oklahoma City, and right as I got to the intersection of my complex and Penn Avenue, I ran out of gas.
I whipped around the driveway and pulled to a stop at the entrance gate to avoid stalling out in the street. I popped the trunk of my Chevy, retrieved a gas can, and hooved it the half-mile towards the Congo station at 122nd Street. I crossed Penn to the underdeveloped land to the east of Penn. Having lived in my apartment for 2 years, I was aware that there's a shanty for the local homeless people tucked a couple of 100 yards off the road next to the creek. In the summer, when the trees are green, it is virtually impossible to see the camp from the road. Walking in the desert at night, I kept glancing towards the shanty, just being curious. Stepping out of the grass across the creek, I spied a girl in her teens, or possibly early 20s, much younger than the panhandlers I see on the street corner every day. She had on jeans and a white shirt under a black hoodie that was almost all of the way unzipped. Her head was bowed down, and her raven hair concealed her face. As if she noticed me, she raised her head, parted her hair, and before her eyes met mine, she dissipated like smoke. Well, being no stranger to the paranormal, it was still a little creepy, so after I filled my gas can, I walked back on the other side of the street, and there was my story. Thanks for reading. All kinds of weird things used to happen around my house, day and night. I inherited the Disney Haunted House record album from my brother when he moved out of the house. I played it for the first time in my bedroom that I shared with my sister. I had asked my friend if she wanted to listen to it with me. I turned it on. Then she suggested we pull the drapes down and get on the bed with a sheet over our heads so we would be in semi-darkness to enjoy the album more. I figured why not, and then we proceeded to do just that. Not much time later, about the second section of the album, she noticed something and asked if it was me doing it. I had my eyes closed, so I asked her what she meant. She asked me if that was my hand. Huh? I opened my eyes, and there was a perfect image of a hand on the sheet. Just a hand, no arm attached or shadow of a person on the sheet. I told her to cut it out, that it wasn't a funny joke. She said it wasn't her. I looked over at her, and she had her hand right above her head, holding onto the sheet, and then I felt her arm and hand against my right arm. It scared us half to death. We threw back the sheet, and there was no one there. I've always been nervous about going into the basement. One day, when I was around 9 or 10 years old, I was down there with some friends. We were listening to the Disney Haunted House album, which was not a bright move on our part. One of my friends said she saw a shadow of a man near the stairs that led into the house. I went over to her because from where I was standing, my view of the stairs was blocked by a 10 by 10 foot cement foundation block, which acts as a base for the fireplace. When I got to her, I looked and saw the shadow of a man in rain slicker and hat. It was like the kind that fishermen wear. He was standing on what would be the third step of the stairs. There was a window to the left side of the stairs about 10 feet away. There was nothing there to cast a shadow. The only rain gear down there was 12 feet away to the left of the window. It was impossible for it to cast that shadow, and even if it did, the angle of the light coming through the window would have cut off the lower part of the figure. We freaked and ran from the cellar up the outside steps. My mother came outside and asked what was wrong. I told her, and she insisted I show her. Needless to say, I was none too happy about that. We went down to the cellar so I could show her. It was gone, which freaked me out even more. She gave me a weird look and said that was all right and that she believed me. I still have the Haunted House album, but I never played it again. In the 1990s, I was doing property preservation, securing foreclosed houses throughout New England. I would be on the road for 3 days straight, sometimes in rural Maine. I would stay in the house I was at the end of a 14-hour day to save money on a hotel. This one house in Hampton, Maine. Keep in mind these homes have no utilities. All have been disconnected. This one house is a former large turn-of-the-century farmhouse, remarkably clean with fresh paint. I would seek out the higher rooms, usually the second floor, because the day's warmth would stay in those rooms longer. Even in the summer, the nights can get brisk. Anyway, this night I fell asleep about 9 p.m., and suddenly, I was awakened by the sound of banging on the front door downstairs. I was not in a good mood, being very tired from the day's labor, and I hurried down expecting to see the sheriff, and I would show the work order and explain my reason for being there, and he'd be on his way. Only,
There was no one there. I went back upstairs. This time I was thinking I was more tired than I thought and wasn't happy being awoken from a sound sleep by my imagination, so I thought. A few minutes later, just as I was falling asleep again, there was the banging again. I sat up, and surely someone was banging on the front door. I yelled out hello, and the banging stopped, and again, I head to the front door and no one? I walked around the rural property, no one. Now I'm fully awake and not happy, but still not thinking of anything supernatural, so up to bed. I was sleeping on the floor in a sleeping bag, but now I had one eye open and both ears. Then the banging started again. I listened, then shouted out, "What do you want?" The banging stopped at the downstairs front door, and then started right at my wall in my room without missing a beat. Needless to say, the hair stood up on my neck. I grabbed my stuff and beat it out of there. My name is Amber, and I'm almost 22 years old. I've always been a firm believer in ghosts, but was never a believer in evil entities. So the first time I saw a shadow being, I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. It was the spring of 2007 when the first encounter occurred. I was working on a short story for my high school science fiction class when I suddenly felt like something in the room had changed. Something wasn't right. I couldn't detect anything, so I just shrugged it off as having an overactive imagination and went back to writing. Again, the feeling came back, and I was overwhelmed with dread. So I turned around, looking all around the room, and that's when I noticed it. Huddling in the corner. It was black, short, no distinct features really. I saw it reach out its hands, and I screamed at it to go away, and it sank into the other shadows in the room. Shadows that were obviously made by the light shining on objects. That was my first encounter with the shadow beings. The second encounter occurred about 2 years later. It was a bright sunny day in summer. I was in bed with the fan on, trying to beat the heat. I decided to call my friend Katie because I was bored and wanted someone to talk to. Our conversation didn't last long because she had to get ready for work, so there I was again, with nothing to do. I was about to reach for a book when I noticed something near my window. I thought it might be a kid blocking the window, but this thing, it seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. It was like a giant blob with no form. At the blink of an eye, it was just gone. It had me running out of my room in fear, and I definitely didn't want to sleep in there for quite a while. My last encounter occurred months before I moved into my own place. I was watching TV in the dark upstairs, a horror movie of course. I had to pause the movie because it suddenly became chilling in the living room, and I went to grab a pillow and blanket, wanting to keep warm and also deciding that I would sleep upstairs that evening. Some comfort thing that I've had since I was a kid after I've watched a horror movie. It makes me feel safe knowing that my parents are in the next room. Well, when I came back upstairs, I noticed that there was something huddled in the corner. I thought it was my sister Santana because she always made her way upstairs to the living room because she thought her room was too cold to sleep in. As I approached the corner, I realized it wasn't her, but one of the shadow beings that I'd seen before. As quickly as I noticed it wasn't my sister, it had disappeared, as if evaporating. These shadow beings are not just a figment of my imagination. They're not my eyes playing tricks on me because of the way the room is lit. The shadows are pure black and look as if they could be solid. Sometimes they take the shape of a human, sometimes they are shapeless, or at least in my experience with them, that's what has happened. I don't know why it targeted me to be able to see it, or where it even came from, and if it's still in that house. My whole family moved away, and I'm in an apartment on the opposite side of town, with no shadow being encounters for at least 9 months. I do know that my mind was telling me that this thing was evil, and something bad would happen if I stayed there with my family any longer. So I immediately began searching for an apartment after the last encounter, finally freeing me once moving into my own place. I was, and still am, glad to be free of whatever it was that was haunting me. This story has never been heard by anyone. I chose not to say anything because I know what happens when you tell someone you have seen a demon. 7 years ago when I was just 12 years old, something happened to me that I'll never forget. My life was altered that cold, windy night. A few friends and I were playing hide and seek, like little most boys do. The neighbors did not care if we played in their yard, and there was a church next to that. We had plenty of room to play a good game of hide and seek, flashlight edition. It just so happened that it was my turn to be the seeker. I had given everyone approximately 4 minutes to hide. We counted in the garage with the door securely shut. My 4 minutes were about up, so I began my quest to find my friends, but that was not what I found at all. I started going towards the church in search of them, but then doubled back. I was hoping I would catch them quick. I started walking down the tree line in my friend's backyard. This was approximately 50 yards from the garage where I started. I heard some rustling in the woods, so I knew I had found someone. Slowly creeping up on the sound, all I could see was the branches and tree trunks. Going deeper and deeper into the woods, I began to feel like someone was watching me, but I knew it was not my friends. I just sensed like it was something else, so I started to get out of there, fast. I finally was out of the woods, and then I started to walk even further down the tree line. I heard that same noise again, so of course, I went back in to see what it was. I probably walked 15 feet into the woods again, and that's when I saw it. My flashlight was aimed at the ground so I could see where I was going. The noise was about 15 feet in front of me. I slowly lifted my light upwards. I began to see strange gray feet, legs, and a back. I dropped my light instantly. With only the moon as my light, I saw the shadow turn around. Standing motionless in front of me was a creature that I had only seen in horror films. It was about 6'6". I can only describe this thing as being a demon. It had wings that were tucked behind itself because I saw them before I dropped my flashlight. His arms were at his side. I could not make out any facial features very well. I hate to sound cliche, but it did have glowing red eyes. It was a very faint glow, but a glow nonetheless. At this point, I was frozen with fear. All I knew was I had to get out of there. I slowly began to step backwards, trying not to make a sound, but I knew my cover was blown. It still remained motionless as I was doing this. I was almost out now, and I could hear sticks breaking, so I knew it was moving. When I heard that, I started running out of there. I was standing in the backyard now when I heard this loud swooping noise, like a giant bird taking off. I turned around and saw the most incredible thing I had ever seen in my life. This great creature was flying towards the moon, and I could see its very large wingspan. It disappeared very quickly. I was standing in the middle of a lawn, speechless, looking at the sky. I forgot we were even playing hide and seek at this point. I just walked back to the house and sat on the steps. Maybe 10 minutes later, my friends came walking up asking me what I was doing. I guess they saw me sitting there from their hiding spot. They thought I had given up or something. I told them I was not feeling very well, not letting them in on what I had seen. So we all went back inside. The rest of the night, all I could think about was that creature. What was it? What did it want? Where did it come from? These were the things I was thinking of. The next day, I decided to draw, as best I could, what I saw. A few years ago, I was reading a story that I saw and stumbled upon. It was about people who had seen some pretty weird things, and this thing sounded like what I saw that night 7 years ago. What really gave me goosebumps, and I'm getting them now for just thinking about it, is there was a drawing that the witness had drawn. It looked exactly what I drew. There were a few more stories about this creature with even more drawings that looked like mine. They called this thing Mothman. Now, I do not know if what I saw was the same thing all these other people saw, but I do know I saw something that I cannot fully explain. I do not plan on telling my friends or family about this because they would laugh at me. I know what I saw, and that is all that matters to me. It was the summer of '09. It started on a bright sunny Friday afternoon. It was nice out and my day off, so I decided to take a walk downtown and go to the bookstore. I spent a good few minutes just browsing until I got to the paranormal section. On the top shelf in the left corner I found it. It was an old, thin, dusty book that had the word witchcraft printed on it. No author's name or date of being published. It was priced $9, so I thought, why not, and I bought it. I went to a convenience store, got a few snacks, and then plopped myself down on my favorite seat in town. It was right by the old movie theater, at a view of Main Street, the bridge, and you could still see the sky. I made myself comfortable and opened the book. The first page was blank. The second page had the title of the book, but the third page was, well, strange. It said introduction and had a weird boarding around the page, and then a short paragraph. It was in Latin or something,
and I struggled to pronounce it, but I made it to the next page. I can't really remember what it said, but the second after I turned the page, I will never forget. The sky went from bright blue and sunny to dark gray and gloomy. A huge gust of wind swooped down and blew the book straight out of my hand. Lightning flashed and several big bangs of thunder boomed. I was so focused on the strange sky activity that I didn't notice the book had completely disappeared. The dark clouds seemed to almost spin in a vortex. I was thinking a tornado, but then it started to pour rain, and then the rain turned to hail, and it did that for quite some time. I was stuck on the bench for about an hour waiting for it to let up. I had no phone, and I was wearing a tank top and capris and flip-flops, and it had turned so cold. The hail was about a quarter size, and I couldn't get anywhere. I was lucky that part of the roof hung over my head, so I didn't get hit. When it finally let up, I looked for the book, but could never find it, so I headed home kind of bummed because the sky was still so dark, and it looked as if it was going to storm for a while. I'd planned on going camping that weekend. I took my usual route home, but was kind of wanting to turn around and take a different route. The usual route was a road I would take home coming from my friend's house. I had a bad experience there with shadow people the year before this. I took that way anyways, but walked cautiously. The wind was still howling, but I didn't mind. I love the wind when it blows through my hair. It almost seemed as if the wind was speaking to me at this point. It was whispering in my ear. It sounded like the words that were on the page of the book, too. I could hear the wind so clearly, and then it hit me. Why is it so quiet? There was no one anywhere. The street was empty. No cars, no kids. Even if it was raining, kids in the neighborhood would have puddle jumping contests. It was abandoned, completely deserted. When I got home, the lights wouldn't work and no one was there. I got to my room and got my cell phone and was going to call my mother, but it was dead and I had no way to charge it. It didn't seem strange to me that the power would be out after the freak storm, but it was weird that no one was home. Eventually I drifted off, and the next day when I woke up, my alarm went off. It was really weird because my alarm clock is electric, and there was a power outage and it shouldn't be working. I could hear people in the kitchen, so I ventured in there to question their whereabouts last night. They say they didn't know what I was talking about. They were home the whole time. I was really confused, so then I proceeded to talk about the freak storm, and they looked at me with a puzzled look on their faces. They said that it was sunny all day yesterday. I walked away laid back down thinking, this must be a dream. I closed my eyes, pinched myself, and I felt it, then reopened my eyes and sat up. I was really confused. Maybe yesterday was a dream, and today is actually Friday. I grabbed my phone, and it turned on this time. I could have sworn it was dead earlier. I looked at the date, and it said Saturday. I then put my phone on my dresser, really confused now. I turned around ready to go back to bed, but then I stopped, turned around again, and there it was. That book was on my dresser. I opened it, but every page was blank. Right then, my mom walked in and asked what was wrong. She said I came home yesterday with that book in my hand 20 minutes or so after leaving and went straight to bed and slept the whole day and had just woken up now. I left the house at 1 p.m. the day before, came back around 1:30 p.m., and slept until 10 a.m. the next day. That's 20 and a half hours straight. What the hell happened that day? I was never really sure of, but I burned that book a few days later. I took it to my friend's house and burned it in a bonfire. It burned pretty quickly, and the smoke from it was black as the night sky. I'm not really sure if I want to know what happened that day. To this day, it still seems as if the wind speaks to me. As a young boy of 13, I lived on a farm in southern England next to the River Arun. Being the oldest with 2 brothers and sisters, I naturally became the babysitter of them when my parents would go out on a Friday night. It was on one of those Friday nights that I experienced a paranormal experience. I had just put my brothers and sisters to bed, made myself a cup of tea, put another log on the fire, and just sat down to read a book. We had no TV or video games back then. When I heard a faint laughing and whispering sound coming from the upstairs, I got up from the chair and yelled, "If you kids don't knock it off, I'm coming up there with the paddle." Then there was a silence, and a smile came on my face, and I sat down to read my book. Half an hour later, I could hear it again. This time, I grabbed the paddle, and as soon as I started to go up the staircase, I suddenly froze.
At the top of the landing was a transparent figure of a man, dressed as an 18th century pirate, including sword and dagger in his belt. In his right hand he was holding a goblet and was drinking from it. He then turned and looked straight at me, lifting his goblet in a salute, and started that laugh again, and slowly disappeared through the wall behind him. I ran straight upstairs and into my brothers and sisters' room, where they were all sound asleep. I told my mom and dad about this when they got home, and they just laughed and told me the story of how the farm was an inn back in the late 1700s, and that pirates would come up the River Arun from the English Channel to hide from the British Navy. This one pirate was caught and hanged on an oak tree just outside the inn, and every now and again would show himself to have a little fun. This was a ghost story that my late father-in-law told me nearly 20 years ago. His story goes back some 20 years before that he mentioned his ghostly tale to me. Around 1975, he was working as a bus driver in and around Durham area. But this story is not about him, rather a good friend of his, who too was a bus driver for the same bus company. On a late summer's evening, around about 10 p.m., my father-in-law's friend, who was called Peter, was making his way back to the depot down the country lanes of Durham. He was driving a single-decker bus. The bus had a door for entry and a door further along the bus for passengers to exit the bus. The bus was empty of passengers, as it was his last run back towards the bus office depot. As he was driving along, he noticed a young lady at a bus stop with her hand out as though she was attempting to flag the bus. Peter dully obliged and opened the bus door for the young lady to step into the bus. The young girl was approximately 20 to 24, looking from how Peter described her. She was, however, in a state of dishevelment and was crying. Peter apparently asked the girl if she was heading back towards Durham City Center. The young woman replied yes. As she was crying and upset, Peter allowed her on the bus for free as he was heading back to the depot anyway. He told the woman that he would drop her off at a particular road in the city center as he was heading off to the office. The rest of the journey was uneventful for Peter. He occasionally looked in the mirror to see if the lady was okay and had stopped crying. Peter was nearing the road where he told the young girl he would have to drop her off. As Peter opened the doors for her to leave, there was no sign of her movement, so Peter, believing her to be asleep, walked down the whole bus to see if he could awaken her. To his utter horror, there was no one else on the bus. In a state of complete shock, Peter drove back to the depot and called for assistance as he could not believe what happened, and he was absolutely shell-shocked. Over the next few days, Peter's story started to spread, and it became apparent that years earlier, a young woman of the mysterious passenger's description had been knocked over by a car in the same area that Peter had picked her up. The story went that she had just seen her boyfriend, and they had an argument. She ended up going home heading for a bus rather than letting her boyfriend drive her home. As she walked to the bus stop crying, she is alleged to have walked into the road in oncoming traffic. She was sadly killed outright by a car. The actual time of Peter picking up the young lady was said to be the anniversary of her death. What I do know is that Peter never worked again whatsoever, and as for the young woman, she is said to walk the county lanes of Durham, searching for a lift towards Durham City Center. Kelsey and I had been friends since kindergarten. We're not very close anymore, but we were all through elementary school. Whenever we were together, strange things would always happen, sometimes scary, sometimes just abnormal. Usually, when we would tell people, they'd think we were bluffing. I admit, on some occasions we would, but there was one particular time that didn't require any bluffing. It was her birthday party that day. We must have been in about 3rd, maybe 4th grade. I was the one friend that she had spent the night, so after everyone had left, we began to color this huge poster that I got for her. It was raining outside, and as it got later, the rain got heavier and it eventually began to storm. It must have been well after midnight because we were both exhausted but refused to go upstairs. We were enjoying ourselves. We didn't feel like going to sleep yet. The lightning was starting to get pretty severe, and it would light up the entire house. She had windows everywhere, behind us, in front of us, to either side. On my left side was the front door. Next to the front door were, surprise, windows. They had curtains over them, but they were laced so we could easily see through them. During a fairly violent flash of lightning, Both of us must have looked to the windows at the same time, and we saw the shadow of a man walk in front of them. We were pretty sure the front door was locked, but this still didn't prevent us from panicking. We looked at each other, both of us with wide eyes, and we knew we'd both see the same thing. At first, we thought it was a person. But what kind of person would just walk right onto someone's porch? Then we realized he was dressed odd. He had what seemed to be a top hat and a cape, or that's what it looked like. We didn't get a particular look at him. He appeared to be only a shadow. Could it have been a ghost? Both in hysterics. We tried to convince ourselves everything was okay, and to just run upstairs as fast as we could to tell her parents. Our first stop, though, was to her bedroom, also on the front side of the house, so we could look out our windows to see if we saw anyone. Nobody. We were sure this couldn't be true. We'd both seen the guy. He couldn't have gone too far, if it was a man even. Since he was gone, we just sat on our bed and replayed it over and over again to each other. Had it really happened? Of course, we both saw the same exact thing. We talk about how oddly he was dressed, and even though it made more sense for it to be some crazy guy walking on our porch, hey, maybe he was just trying to get out of the rain. We were sure it was a ghost. If it was a man, wouldn't we have been able to make him out more clearly? He was more like a shadow than anything. Fear still running through us, the storm still active. The light suddenly went out. Both of us screamed, ran into the hallway crying, and down to our parents' room. We barged in, and the lights came back. It was just the storm we knew, but at no worse possible time could the lights have gone out. We told them what we'd seen, and they just rolled their eyes and told us we were just tired and to go back to sleep. Her dad told us to even go downstairs and make sure nobody was there. He did, and we went back to her bedroom. A few minutes later, he came upstairs and said he saw no one. We continued to talk about it all night, but we eventually fell asleep. Neither of us had ever seen anything like it again, but we still talk about it whenever we do talk. It was one of the most craziest experiences either of us has ever endured, and that marked the beginning of my speculation that maybe there is more than this physical earth we live on. Ever since, I've believed in ghosts. Hey, I guess seeing really is believing. This is a paranormal story about my bedroom door. Everything started about 6 years ago, when I had just reached 7 years of age. The incidents began about the time when I had my lock removed from my door due to the few times when I locked it and it wouldn't reopen. Now, since my house is old, so are most of the built-in appliances. For instance, I've pull-chain toilets in an old-fashioned fireplace, so when I had my lock removed, I had to remove all of it. Now my door wouldn't even close. 2 nights after the lock close system was removed, there was an atrocious storm. I woke to a flash of forked lightning in the field across my house and felt the sudden urge to turn my light on. The minute my light flickered, my door began to violently slam open and close. Turning to the door, I noticed my window was opened. After noticing this, I was quickly calmed. As my hands reached for the window, the door stopped abruptly. As you can imagine, being so little, I was extremely frightened. Little noises started around me like the sound of someone writing with a quill or a soft buzzing. Nothing abnormal happened for the next 2 years until a storm came rolling in off the coast. Once again, I woke up and turned on my light to find the door opening and closing. This time it wasn't with much force at all. But still, I being 9, was still thinking it'd be nothing less than the wind. Not until I turned 11 did I decide to do some thorough research on the matter. I made this decision because I now started to get this cold sensation on my cheek during the summer night storm incidents. My grandmother seemed the only one who would understand. She told me that she knew something was up. She said that about 3 owners ago, a young woman had a child about 6 or 7. Every summer, the child would keep his window open during the night because of the heat. The young woman wasn't very rich, so they only rented out that one room.
When the young woman would return from work, she would find the boy's window open and be so mad that she would slam the door open and close to wake the child. In the words of my grandmother, if she had a good night, she would tuck him back in and give him a kiss, but if she had a bad night, she would sit at her desk and write a letter to her sister. I still haven't figured out how my grandmother knew this, or why I had the urge to turn the light on. I still didn't even know why there was a buzzing noise, or why the incidents only happened during thunderstorms. I still have much to unravel, but this is one thing I know. I have a young woman that will always be watching over me. Thanks for reading. I was 16 or 17 years old and worked as a shrimper out of Beaufort, North Carolina. I was trained as my mate by the owner, Captain F, of the boat, who was 72 years old and lacked the strength and stamina of his younger years. Finally, I was given command of this 25-foot channel net boat. The boat was moored at an old fish house on Taylor's Creek that was literally built in one day by the boat owner's father, Captain P, in the 30s. I had strange feelings while working in the old fish house quite often, but never felt quite anything malevolent. Other sounds were heard, but I always attributed the sounds to nets and other equipment settling in the loft and other places. This place was stuffed. Captain P, when alive, had a reputation for being a hard and even abusive individual. He supposedly tolerated few people and was particularly hard on his boys. I knew two of them well. One night, I was shrimping in the river when a huge storm started approaching from the west. Quickly, I retrieved the net into the towed skiff and headed for the fish house just as the storm hit. The storm was as bad as I assumed it would be, and I could only move at a slow pace. The seas in the river rose up about 4 feet, and the rain came down in torrents, but I eventually reached the relative safety of Taylor's Creek. The rain and wind subsided before I reached the fish house, but the lightning was still illuminating the skies as the storm passed to the east. During a few of the lightning flashes, I saw a face looking out of the window, wearing a pair of glasses. The face was definitely a male face and had a thoughtful look on his face. As I approached the dock, I saw Captain F standing on the dock frantically pacing back and forth. He helped me tie the boat, inquired to my safety, and then went on board to make sure that the boat was okay. As I walked through the door to the fish house, I saw Captain F's wife sitting on the old couch that was inside. She was very calm and smiling cheerfully. I asked her what she found amusing, and she said she was laughing at her husband being such a tizzy over my safety. She then stated that she knew I was okay because Captain P told her so. I asked if Captain P wore glasses, and she went on to describe the wire-rimmed glasses I had seen during my approach. She added that Captain P has been standing by the window, amused, at his son's antics on the dock. Captain F's wife did not get along with Captain P when he was alive, but she told me that since his death, they got along quite well. He had been drawn to her, as she was very sensitive and no one else in the immediate family could see him. She had many spiritual experiences in her life. She later told me that she only saw him in the fish house, usually when Captain F was worrying about something. There was one other time Captain F's wife had a psychic experience that I witnessed, but I will save this for another time. Thank you for reading. My story, I guess, is fairly tame compared to some I've read on your site, but nevertheless, it creeped me right the hell out, and none of the few people I've told really seem to believe, so here it goes. First of all, this happened about 5 years ago. I travel a lot, like a whole lot, and at this time this happened, I was traveling from home, which is northwest Ohio, to Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. It's pretty much a straight shot down I-75. It takes about 10 hours, give or take. I only mention I travel a lot because I want it understood. I've crisscrossed the country I don't care to think how many times, and nothing remotely close to anything I'd consider paranormal or ghostly has ever happened to me, and I've been on a lot of shady roads that are the prime candidates for bad horror movies. As a slap to the collective face of those movies, This happened on I-75, probably one of the most traveled roads in the country. Being the major north-south highway of the Midwest, it usually has quite a lot of traffic. Sometimes it doesn't though. So I was traveling south on 75 heading for Atlanta, and as I mentioned, I travel a lot, so I have my habits. On a longest drive like this, I prefer to leave in the evening just as rush hour is ending and make the bulk of the drive overnight. Pro tip to any others, 75 is almost completely deserted after about 10 p.m. unless you are very close to a city, and that is why I do it. I was making pretty decent time, and just starting into the hilly, not quite mountainous part of the trip in the Kentucky-Tennessee area when it starts raining, and I mean really coming down and hard, the kind of rain where you can barely see where you're going. This forced me to slow down a good clip, as the road gets pretty twisty in some areas through there, and God knows, I didn't want a horrible plunge off the side of the road in the middle of a rainstorm in the middle of the night, as I'm sure you understand. So I'm probably plugging along about 45-ish, much less in a curve, in the low 20s, give or take, when the incident begins. At first, this won't sound too weird, but I will explain. What I saw, coming up on a curve, was a hitcher on the side of the road. Just that. Pretty common, right? Well, maybe. Except it's 1:30 in the morning on a weekday. It's raining, an absolute torrent, and it's I-75 up in the hills. Nowhere really near what I consider walking distance to a town or village. To be fair, I'm a little lazy fatty, so it doesn't have to be that far before I consider it out of walking distance. I'm sorry now that I wasn't paying closer attention to mile markers or whatnot to really know where exactly I was, but it was definitely north of Knoxville, and definitely in Tennessee. Anyway, I digress. A hitcher, in the middle of the horrible rainy night, nowhere near a town. I should mention, he appeared to be going my way, and I hadn't seen a breakdown or anything. Traffic was also very, very light. Not surprising considering the conditions and time. The entire story spans about 30 to 45 minutes, perhaps an hour. I can't imagine I saw more than 1 or 2 cars at that time, all northbound. I was slowed down considerably due to the curve, so I got a decent look at him. Pretty ragged looking, not surprising considering. Stood out most was the extra wide brimmed hat. I'm not a hat expert, so the closest I can compare it to is a sombrero, but that's not quite right, as it was just plain brown. I don't know, it stood out. Framed there in the light of my high beams, he was a sorry sight indeed. Nothing really remarkable about his appearance, except how out of place the fellow was. Now normally, I'm a pretty charitable guy, and always welcome some company. Bad movies aside, hitchers are pretty normal, decent folks, and provide some break up to the monotony of long highway drives. But I'm also not a stupid guy. Wee hours in the morning, middle of nowhere for all intents and purposes, and generally unsavory looking fellow? No thanks. With only the slightest pang of guilt, I pass him by. Maybe next time, pal. But next time wasn't as far off as I thought, and here's where the weirdness comes in. Less than 5 minutes later, approaching another curve in the road, is the same exact man by the side of the road. I smoked some pot back in the day, I'll admit, but my memory isn't so shot that I forget such an out-of-place figure inside of 5 minutes. I've already admitted I wasn't going that fast, but I was going a damn sight faster than a man goes on foot in a rainstorm, I know that much. The road is curvy there, but at no point does it curve back on itself in such a way as to allow a pedestrian to go cross-country and come out ahead either. It simply is not possible, but there he was. It still gives me a tiny chill, just like it did at the time. I actually started to slow down a bit, just in disbelief, and to confirm what I was seeing. I couldn't make out his features in the poor light of my high beams, not through the awful rain, but I can't mistake that hat. And I didn't see eyes, but I know we were making eye contact. It was a very surreal moment. With nothing else to do, I gave myself a mental shake and sped up as much as I dared and put it behind me. So I thought. I had almost convinced myself I had merely been road dazed or something. It happens. Usually not to me, but occasionally. You just get so strung out from a long drive that your brain sort of goes into autopilot. Unsettling. But I hadn't been driving that long. I was maybe 5 or 6 hours in, but I'd almost convinced myself when after about another 20 minutes or so, you guessed it, Mr. Hat is back at the side of the road. The rain's let up a bit by now, and there's no mistaking at all that it's the same figure. I won't do the math because frankly I suck at it. But this guy has gone the same distance on foot in roughly 30 minutes that I have in a car traveling between 30 and 60 miles per hour, went on a straight bit. Just give the guy gold if he shows up at the summer games. That little joke just came to me now as I write this, and it's quite clever I thought by the way. But at the time what I felt, I will describe as my previous little chill's big brother. I was literally shaking all over at the sheer impossibility of it. I did not slow down to confirm this time. I gunned it as much as I deemed safe and then some, and didn't let up until I got deep into Knoxville and found a service station to pull over, gas up and calm down. I was sitting at the pump for probably a good 20 to 30 minutes. I was that shook up. I have no idea what exactly I saw that night, and I don't overly want to know to be entirely honest. I won't utterly dismiss the possibility of 3 separate hitchhikers with very similar hats, as I like to think of myself as open-minded, and the simplest explanation is usually the truth, and all that. But frankly, I don't find that explanation all that simple. I'll let the readers decide, I guess. The rest of my trip, as well as the return trip, continued without incident. I've desperately crossed the country coast to coast a time or two since that night, but I've never had another experience I would call ghostish. Is that a word? Although there have been a few other weird incidents over the years, this is the only one I feel merits a place in your archives. Thanks for reading, and hopefully believing. My mother had a hideaway closet in her room that she used for storage. I never really paid any attention to this closet until I started to hear this faint cry of a small child. I was confused because my brother and I were grown, and the only person who lived downstairs was a 90-year-old lady that never had any children or grandchildren. After nights of hearing this cry, I noticed the closer you got to my mom's room, the louder the cries got. Nothing was in my mom's room, and then I opened the closet. I noticed that you could see the bottom half of the house, so I ran and got my brother. When we came back, we noticed that there used to be a staircase that led upstairs where we lived, but later, they made it into a duplex and boarded it off. Anyway, here's the scary part. When we looked down, we both saw a small boy, no older than 5 or 6. He had a shaggy brown haircut, white socks with blue stripes pulled all the way up to his knees, a pair of navy blue shorts with a white stripe on the side, and a white shirt with blue stripes going across, very late 70s to early 80s attire. After investigation from the landlord, we found out that years ago, there lived a mother, father, and a small boy, and the parents would stick the boy on the staircase as punishment and shut the door. Well, one day, they forgot about him, and apparently went on vacation. He died in the staircase. When me and Nick looked down, I asked the boy if he was okay. He looked up at us and literally disappeared. We never heard another cry. I guess he needed someone to know what happened to him before he could move on.
In the 90s, I worked as a security guard, and one of the businesses that contracted us was the local hospital. On top of the usual drunks, addicts, etc., we were also responsible for checking the guest list in the morgue. Every 2 hours, we were to go through the drawers and the meat locker and check each toe tag against the inventory sheet to make sure everyone was always accounted for. I worked night shift there for almost 2 months, and nothing weird happened, except for a call button that liked to go off in an empty room. On what ended up being my last night there, I had a college interview in the morning, so had to get off work a half hour early. I always made my morgue check at straight up the hour, but because I was leaving early, I did my last check of the night a half hour earlier as well. Like most hospitals, the morgue was in the basement, and the acoustics down there were such that every sound echoed slightly. I got off the elevator and started down the long hall to the morgue, my footsteps echoing as I walked. I started hearing what Sounded like people talking, which was nothing unusual in itself. Late night arrivals and attendants working late was commonplace, but this sounded different. The voices, especially a couple of laughs I heard, I still can hear the laughs, had a hollow, kind of distant quality to them, and there was more than a few of them. I was officially creeped out. As I got 25, 30 feet from the morgue, I hear a man say, "He's coming!" And an old man will respond, "He's early." I quicken my pace, and as I hear a hurried commotion of mumbled voices, and gave a shout on my walkie for backup in the morgue. I burst out into the morgue not knowing what to expect, and there's no one there. I look in all the rooms, under and behind all the furniture, nothing. Then I see it. Laying on the floor by the drawers is a toe tag. I start opening the drawers, expecting to catch someone hiding in some of them, and find no one but the guests. The third one I opened up ended up being the owner of the Orphan toe tag. 3 other guards came down, and we did a full search of the whole floor. Found no one. What freaked me out, though, was I'd been checking the bodies all night. Some had been here a couple days, and so I kind of knew what body was where. When I did my search of the drawers, almost half of them were in the wrong ones. Needless to say, I quit that day. My favorite morgue. I got this great job working at a hospital. I really get to do something I enjoy. Taking care of others has always been a passion. I work on one of the hardest floors, the cancer floor. We always have the same patients, and not a whole lot of them make it. This makes my job hard in a lot of ways. Anyways, I have seen my fair share of deaths since I started here. I worked a night shift. Well, at night, it can be a little creepy when you have to go to the morgue. One night, myself and a coworker were taking someone down to the morgue. Now let me explain. Our morgue is a little freezer box that is in the basement and smells horrible. Plus it has a ramp to get into it. So she and I wheel the body down there and we push it up the ramp, and then we argue over who is going to push the body in. Of course, I lose, so I swing the freezer door open, push in the body, and slam the door shut. We start to fill out paperwork when we both look up at each other. She says to me, "Did you hear that?" And I respond saying, "I think so." We both turn and look at the door. We both got cold chills, and the hair on our arms were standing straight up. It sounded like someone was crying out for help. We froze, turned, looked at each other, and ran out. Halfway down the hall, she asked if I really heard what she did. "Yeah, I did," I tell her. So I was telling one of my friends who is a nurse on our floor, and also the story. She tells me that she has had similar things happen in the morgue as well. To this day, I will not go alone, and I know this sounds weird, but I always try to get out of that situation. We also have a tradition on our floor that when someone passes away, we open the window so the soul of that person is not trapped in the hospital to roam. I'm not making this up. It truly happened. If you don't believe me, I don't care. I know who does, and so does everyone else who works there with me. Thanks for reading. It all started off early one morning when I was lying in bed watching my TV. My mother walked in and said that we were going to the Everglades to canoe, with my cousin and aunt coming alongside us. I quickly got out of bed and we all got ready to go. The drive was about an hour long, and when we got there, There was hardly anyone there, and it was very breezy and cold. We waited for about 15 minutes before my cousin and aunt arrived. Once we had gone to the office to arrange our canoeing plans, we headed outside to where the canoes were and started to get in. Me, my aunt, and my cousin got in one canoe and were pushed off the shore first, leaving my mom, dad, and sister behind, and us having to wait for them in the water. Once they were in the water, we started paddling. We had been paddling for about 15 minutes, enjoying the scenery and the time we were spending with each other as families do, when I spotted something move in the water. I looked down into the water and I saw a human figure swimming beneath us. The water was extremely shallow. The figure moved like it had all the room in the world, stretching its arms out wide, legs extended, and it was doing that even though there were walls of sand and mangrove trees everywhere, including the water. He seemed to be going through everything. I looked closely to see that it was a young boy. About 13 or 14 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair. I gasped for air very loudly too, so that my family would hear and show concern. The boy looked at me with dark red eyes and rings of black as well. I sensed evil and sadness and very much cruelty. On seeing me, the boy turned his head and swam away, deeper into the water, fading away. Once I had realized what had just happened, I noticed that my family was around me, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mother yelled out to me. I nodded my head. Yeah, I'm just fine. I thought I just saw something in the water, and it scared me. It was nothing, though, I replied, unfortunately lying. My mom said, okay, and then we all headed on with our sightseeing. Not even 5 minutes had passed. Another thing happened. I was looking all around, enjoying the scenery, when I saw the boy again. I focused my eyes through the layers of thick mangrove trees to see the boy staring back at me with a very angry face, and this time with completely full bright red eyes. I thought I had passed through his territory and that me and my family needed to get out of there, and quickly. Our canoes went into an open area of the river, and I was still focused, looking at the boy. The wind started to pick up real fast, and it got real cold. My cousin was standing up at that moment, taking a video of the area with her video camera. My aunt was holding her legs from behind, but barely. As I continued staring at the boy, the wind got worse. The boat tipped a bit, and my cousin lost her balance and fell overboard into the water. I quickly looked away from the boy to look at my cousin just falling into the water. I stood and then reached out my arm to her. Then I remembered the boy and his evil look. I looked back at the place where I was just staring at him before, and to my amazement, he was gone. I panicked to reach for my cousin and pull her back on the boat. The boy was gone, and I feared he would do so, and maybe cause harm to my cousin, who was still in the water trying to reach me and my aunt's hands to get back on the boat. "Take my hand, take my hand, take my hand, get back on the boat," I yelled out to my cousin very loudly and quickly. She did as I said and swam to me quickly, reaching for my hand with both arms. I quickly pulled her back onto the boat, and she was fine. No damage done. Phew. I was worried the rest of the time in the water, and when we got back to the shore, I just happened to spot the boy again. He gave me an evil wink and rolled his eyes back, fading away. "Ouch! My back hurts," my cousin yelled out. And just after I finished looking at the boy, I lifted her shirt up, and to everyone's surprise, her whole back was a big black and blue bruise. Everywhere you looked on her back, she had a bruise. She basically looked like a ripened plum from her back. "I don't even remember getting hurt," she said to me. "Who knows?" I said back, fakingly, knowing that the boy had something to do with it. We left after that. I came back a few years later and asked one of the workers there of the history of the place after telling them of what I had experienced there. They told me that many years ago, a boy in his teens was playing around with his friends in the water where my family and me were canoeing. One of his friends placed a bet with him to see who could hold their breath the longest. The boy, who had died, was from a poor family and wanted to win the money desperately. After they completed, the friend who was competing against this boy noticed that his partner was floating when he touched him to tell him that he had won. He quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the water, then went to go get help. The kid had wanted the money so bad that he drowned and did not even mean to. He lost his life that day, and no one could bring him back to life. When his parents found out, they both committed suicide for losing their only son. I understood the story. When I was walking out of the Everglades Center building, I looked down at the area at where the canoes were, and there was the boy, standing there looking at me with a sorrowful face, and this time light blue eyes. I smiled at him and then waved goodbye to him. I looked back, and he had sort of a smile on his face. At that moment, I felt like he knew I understood, and was just glad.
I've had strange things happen to me for most of my life. Unexplainable things. But the strangest things happened at my last home. We built our home on a property that had a suicide committed on it. We often heard loud bangs and crashes that had no explanation. The doorbell would ring, and no one would be there. We had 40 acres, and it would have been impossible for anyone to be playing jokes on us. Water faucets would turn off and on, off and on. Strong cologne smells that would wake me in the middle of the night. My husband would still be at work, and no, I wasn't having an affair. People talking and laughing in our bedroom, only we couldn't see them. Light switches turning off by themselves. Loud heavy footsteps coming into my room, stopping and then leaving. Plants and lamps being turned upside down. My mother and her dog would come for a visit. Mom would feel a real presence in her room, and the dog would stand at the foot of the stairs, barking madly. I left the home 5 years ago, and it doesn't seem like whatever was there followed. I think my house is haunted. I was really terrified at one point, but after a year, I got so used to it. But for example, me and my boyfriend have heard footsteps up and down the hall outside our bedroom. Sometimes it sounds like someone is checking the doors and windows. And one night, me and my boyfriend had a fight, and I went to go stay at a friend's house. When my boyfriend came home, he sat on the sofa and started dozing off, when all of a sudden, there was a series of loud banging up and down the hall like someone was angry. He jumped up and came out the door and came to my boyfriend's to ask me to come home. Another strange time, my boyfriend came home for a few hours to take a nap. He called me at work. I was about 45 minutes away. We talked for a few minutes. After we hung up, he went into the bedroom to lay down when all of a sudden, again, it sounded like someone was putting dishes away and moving around. So my boyfriend says he thought to himself, oh, Ivy's home. After about a minute, he realized that it could have not been me because he just got off the phone with me and I was 45 minutes away. A lot of unexplained things have happened. Sometimes, when we've been in the house alone and sworn that we're not alone, even when we are alone, it feels like someone is watching us. We've been together in the house and feel like we are being watched. I don't feel afraid anymore, but now we are moving out of this apartment, and it may sound even stranger, but you can almost feel a sad feeling, like whatever it is with us knows we're going and is sad. But I find myself feeling sad too. I don't think I need any help now, but I sure wish the help would have been there in 1974. We didn't know where to turn at the time. I thought you might be interested in what happened to us. The couple who rented the apartment to my daughter were 80 years old plus. We told them about the lights going out at different times, and they couldn't figure it out, so we never told them anything else. One time, my 2 daughters and my 2-year-old grandson were sitting on the floor, and way back in the kitchen, they suddenly started to hear a strange sound, and my grandson said, "Tiger, mommy, tiger." It was a growling sound. My grandson was scared and jumped up and made a beeline for the stairs. Then my daughters also jumped up, and they left the house for the night. Every other day or so, they would hear pots and pans filling out the cupboards, but when they would go look, nothing was out of order. It was a very nice apartment, very clean and pleasant looking. It was getting close to Christmas, and she decided to move. She couldn't take it anymore. It was just too scary. So I would go over in the daytime, and thinking nothing scary would happen in daylight, I went over to pack some things up while she was at class. I started to grab some things off the shelf, but I had a funny feeling that I didn't want to reach in the closet. All of a sudden, it sounded like 100 footsteps in there walking. So I ran out of there in a quick second as I could and refused to go back there by myself. From then on, we could go over at least 2 of us at a time. Then one of the last times I went over, I was standing, waiting for my grandson to finish in the bathroom, and as I was free to stand with my back to the hall for some reason, I kept thinking someone was going to touch me. Sure enough, I turned to ask my grandson if he had finished yet, and it felt like someone's hand had touched me on my left arm. I grabbed my grandson and ran to the front room with my family and told them what happened. So after that, we pretty much stayed together and worked together to move out of there. A friend of my daughter's knew the couple who had lived in that apartment before her, and they got in touch with the woman and told her what happened there. She wanted to meet with my daughter because she had some scary things happen to her. Her husband had drowned in the Maumee River in Toledo, Ohio, under suspicious circumstances. The police were never able to prove it, but he thought he might have been murdered. So his wife had a seance in the apartment where they lived, and she said she brought him there, and he told her he was murdered. She had a big insurance on him that he had taken out on himself, and when she went home from work at night, her house would be all messed up with things tossed all around. She had to move away but couldn't take it. Over these past 24 years, we've had some strange things happen, spiritual things and such. Seems to have settled down now, but I thought you would be interested to hear our story, and all that I've told you is true. There are no lies here. Let me know what you think. It's comforting to have someone tell this stuff to. A lot of people think you're nuts when you mention these things, so we pretty much keep it to ourselves. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about these things. Hi, I would like to tell you of some strange things that have happened to me. It started with a dream that would not leave me alone. It was about a house that was important to me for some reason. I dreamt of it over and over, seeing all of its different owners as they moved in and changed the house's layout, parties they had every day, things that were done there, etc. One early owner was an older female that did not like being there. I wondered about this house for years until I moved to my recent address and ran across the house on a drive. I was angry because they had moved my garden and replaced it with a pool. I was surprised by this feeling. Why did I feel angry about that? I decided to talk with the recent owners and tell them of the remodeling I'd seen and about the baby that was lost in the home early on. The owner was astonished that everything I said was true and explained to me the house was haunted. I was surprised at this and wondered who was haunting this place. Could it have been me? Was I haunting them while I was dreaming? Can this even happen? Why was I drawn to this house? I assure you, I never visited this house in real time and am in awe as to what this secret house holds for me. Could I be the woman who died in childbirth in this house over 100 years ago? Also, the woman who I spoke of earlier who did not want me in the house, she turned out to be the original owner's second wife. The first died in childbirth. Please write back with any insight you may have on this subject. I've not dreamt of the house since finding it. Thank you. I've experienced hauntings in almost every place I've ever lived in. That's probably because my mother never sees ghosts, but loves old-fashioned houses. The first house I grew up in was a single-level 2-bedroom with a basement. When you passed inside the front door, you came upon a hallway with 4 doors. First my parents' bedroom door, then the bathroom door, then the basement door, then the door to the bedroom that I shared with my brother. When I was little, I was always the first one awake. I would walk into the hallway to go to the bathroom. Once, I saw a carved wooden chair with big wheels, one on each side, sitting right outside my parents' bedroom. Normally, I would have lost no time in climbing all over this new piece of furniture, but this one, for no apparent reason, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I ran back into my room and slammed the door. Later that day, I asked my father to please get rid of the big wooden chair in the hallway. Thinking I was playing a game, he said there weren't any chairs in the hallway, but if he ever saw one, he'd be sure to move it. I didn't see the chair again for almost 6 years. When I saw it the next time, I was sitting in the exact same place as before. I was older now and wasn't quite so afraid, so I came closer. The chair was battered and scarred this time. Part of the back corner had been broken off, and the seat was yellowed. It smelled like very old, musty leather. I still couldn't bring myself to actually touch the chair, but I managed to go to the bathroom anyway. While I was brushing my teeth, I heard a metallic crush in the basement. I figured my dad was downstairs trying to fix the furnace again. It was October after all, but that was odd, since I hadn't heard him go down there, but maybe he was up there before me. When I came back out, the chair was gone. I went to the fridge and poured myself some juice. My mother came into the kitchen in her nightrobe, and I asked her if Dad had gotten the furnace fixed yet. She said no, but he'd probably try once again. He got out of bed. I said he's already up. I heard him in the basement. She told me, "You mean that loud noise? I heard it too. It woke me up. Your dad's still in bed. Go downstairs. Maybe a stray got into the basement last night." And so, I went. The basement was very cold, colder than usual, even for an October morning. I searched the entire area. Not too difficult since it was just a big, concrete floor. Not much on it except for shelves of canned goods. But I didn't find any signs of an animal being there. No droppings, claw marks, paw prints, or jars of food broken. There was no animal smell either. I thought for a moment. The crash I heard was too loud to be just any animal, unless something had been knocked over, and everything appeared to be in its usual place. That wasn't the first time we had heard strange noises coming from the basement either. They normally happened around winter or late fall, and the noises always sound like metal clanking, like someone banging a shovel against a wall. The sounds would come at night or early morning, and one week, they got so bad that we had to move into the living room just to get some sleep. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until many years later, when I was a teenager. Mother finally told me a story of how they bought the house. It had been cheap to buy because a man had fallen to his death down the basement stairs a few years prior to Dad buying the place. The man was fairly wealthy and had the house built 1 story high to accommodate his special needs because he was in a wheelchair. I told my mother about the chair I'd seen in the hallway twice before. Chair with wheels. I was too little to have seen a wheelchair, and she told me what her next door neighbor had told her, that when the man had died, he was sitting in the hallway while the nurse ran a bathroom and the basement door opened, or had been left opened, who knows. The man was a miser, according to neighbors, and probably didn't want a draft coming into the house, so he wheeled himself over to shut the door. One of the wheels accidentally went over the edge, somehow, and the poor guy fell down the stairs and split his head open. There were still bloodstains at the bottom of the stairway. My brother and I always just assumed it was just red old paint. The nurse called out for him to come and take his bath, and heard him flailing around downstairs, trying to get back into his chair. Mom and Dad never told me or my brother. I guess they didn't want us to grow up nervous or jittery. The ghost, if that's what it was never really mean. I guess he just wanted his wheelchair back. I live in Spartansburg, South Carolina. I live fairly close to the Cowpens battlefield area. I'm going to tell you about one of the times I went there. A couple of weeks ago, I visited the battlefield for a picnic. It was weird from the start because, I swear, I could no longer find the visitor center. The asphalt roads had been replaced with dirt roads. In the clearing, where concerts are held, was all covered with trees and bushes. When I finally found my way to the area where the big cavalry battle was fought, I began to feel an eerie presence like I was being watched. I turned around to find a bush shaking furiously. From the bush, a big flash quickly followed by the sound of a loud bang erupted. I quickly turned to see who or what was shooting at. In the clearing, a good 50 yards away, a blue cavalry rider, surely American, stood with a traditional 17th century revolutionary uniform on, and before my eyes, he vanished into thin air. I've not been back since. The story I'm about to relay was told to me by a very reliable friend during my years in college. I had no reason to question the authenticity of his story, since I knew him to be a very level-headed man and was not given to ghost and goblin stories. It appears that his grandfather lived in an old home out in the lonely countryside of North Carolina during the 30s and 40s. He was a farmer by trade and a very religious man. He lived there some years alone, his wife having died of an unusual sickness. I had occasion to visit the area myself, and if you go to this area of North Carolina today, you will still find many cousins and aunts and uncles living very near one another. It was the same way during his grandfather's time where he lived there, very near to his son, my friend's father. In fact, the homes were only 2 miles apart and connected via a dark path that wound through a gloomy forest through which the relative often traveled on visits back and forth. It was always the goal to leave well before sunset. Lamp oil was a precious commodity before and during the war years, and one could not waste it on long trips in the dark. On this particular occasion, my friend's grandfather went to visit the relatives on the other side of the forest. It was Thanksgiving time, and the trees had shed most of their leaves going into winter, and there was a cold chill in the air. The family had a joyous time together, feasting on turkey and all the trimmings. Grandfather was deeply engrossed in all the family time, and no one noticed the sun starting to dip low in the horizon. In fact, too low for the safe journey back through the forest. Even though the members of the family pleaded with him to stay the night, Grandfather shrugged them off. "I have to start out early tomorrow morning for town. My house is closer. I'll be all right." He departed just as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and everything was bathed in the misty light of twilight. As I said before, Grandfather was a very religious man and wasn't in the least bit intimidated by ghosts and ghouls, so the trek back through the forest, although very dark without a lamp, didn't even cross his mind as being risky. It was a waning moon that evening and cloudy, so there was very little light, and under the eaves of the forest it was even darker. He told his grandson later that even though he knew the trail well, he found himself thrashing around in the underbush on several occasions. He even miscalculated the stream that crossed the path around halfway through the forest and got his feet soaking wet. It had rained through the night before, so the trail itself was muddy and his feet started getting heavy from the mud. It was at about this point in the trail that he felt something, as if something were following him. Never having been on the trail after dark, he explained it away as his imagination. Perhaps another 50 yards down the dark trail, as he recalled, he heard something behind him splash through the creek he had just crossed only moments before. I didn't know what to think of that. Maybe a deer or something that was just spooked down the trail by his passing, he later told his grandson. It sounded like he was in a big hurry, whatever it was. Perhaps it was the uncertainty derived from the extreme darkness. Maybe it was his imagination. But when he heard a twig snap no more than 20 yards behind him only seconds later, he knew it was time to make tracks. His grandfather was in his early 40s at the time and was in excellent physical condition, like many farmers from the years of working with their hands. From his estimation, he was only a half mile from home when he started running, more of a jog than anything, as he recalled. The mud made it tricky work, and his feet were pretty heavy with the thickness of mud clinging to them. But when he broke from the trees and saw the shadow of the house around 100 yards away, he heard whatever it was behind him give out a guttural growl, as if it were exerting itself by pouring on the stream for the final stretch. That was his cue to let loose with full-out run for his life, mud or no mud. He didn't look back, but he heard the beastly thing behind him chugging for air and crashing through the underbush as it too broke into the open. He then thought it might be a cougar or panther because of the snarl. He didn't turn around to find out. He made for the back door that was unlocked, and at full speed, dove through the door. The door crashed open at the force of his huge frame. He probably slammed it shut with his foot and quickly locked it. No sooner he had gotten to his feet and backed away from the door, perhaps 3-second time lapse, when something hit the door, the force of which shook the house. The center of the door bowed in, and he heard the hinges creak under the stress, but thankfully, as he was to recall later, it held solid. He quickly reached for his gun, and like many hardy folk of his era, leapt at the window just next to the door and aimed his shotgun out at nothing. There was nothing there. Immediately, he went around the house to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Of course, they were all wide open, but nothing got in that he could find. It didn't rain that night, so the next morning, before he went to town, he went to check out the tracks of the great beast that chased him. To his surprise and dismay, he found none. Nothing to verify his story, that he didn't imagine it, only his word, which was significant since he grew up in an era where a man's word was totally his bond. He rarely told the story because he just figured it was a panther or maybe a bear. He did find it strange that between the time it took him to grab the shotgun and get to the window was less than a second and there was nothing there. He couldn't see anything racing off towards the forest in the decreasing light. What about footprints? Certainly. Something that knocks down trees and crashes into doors with such force should leave tracks. To this day, it remains unexplained. From the time I was 4 until I was about 16, my grandparents lived in a house on Cloverdale Road that had a poltergeist in it. I lived with them for the first 4 years, then moved out with my mother, but even after we moved, I would spend weekends or holidays at my grandparents' house. The happenings were noticed by everyone in the family. My grandfather was the only one who never said anything was out of the ordinary. He's a staunch man of God and kept pictures of Jesus around, and he prayed daily to bless our house and everyone in it. The house had a sunroom that was added on the second floor. Over the front porch, this became my room. This wall between my bedroom and the master bedroom, where my mother slept, was brick and had 2 small windows on either side of the door. I had to walk through a room to get to the upstairs hall, where there was a door leading to the middle room. Always dark, because the only window was 2 feet from the house next door. In the back of the upstairs had a small kitchen over the top of the one on the first floor, and a bathroom at the very back over the top of my grandparents' room on the first floor. The downstairs had a living and dining room combination that was curtained off. The front room was a bedroom, the middle the dining room, and the stairs to the basement went down at the doorway to the kitchen. Beyond was my grandparents' room, as I mentioned. My grandparents, my mother, my aunts, and myself all lived there all at once. My aunts were teenagers and experimenting with the occult and spirit invocations. I really think this had to do a lot with everything. At their age, they could have understood the consequences of what they were asking. You could clearly hear the footsteps in the middle room, even during the day, and then find out later that my aunt wasn't home. So many things got moved around in Susan's middle room that she put a lock on her door, but it wasn't any of us. We heard walking, someone laying down heavily on the bed, drawers opening and closing, the closet opening and closing, not loud or frightening, just the normal noises Susan would make if she was there. Many times, when I was very young, I'd scamper up the stairs, convinced she was there, and wanting to play with her. When I got there, the door would be locked, and no one would answer me when I knocked. Once I even saw the light was on in her room. It was shining around the door. I called to her and tried to open it, but it went out and the noises stopped. My scalp would tingle with fear, and I'd run crying to my grandmother and tell what happened. Once, when I was about 5 or 6, I got up to the bathroom in the middle of the night. My room was awash with streetlight lamp, but my mother's, with no other windows, was very dark. I had to go slowly, even though I was dying to go into the bathroom, because I didn't want to crash into something and wake her up. When I got there, I was just flushing and was suddenly possessed, no pun intended, with the most abject horror for no apparent reason. I screamed and screamed and screamed. I ran all the way to the bathroom past my mother, who was struggling to get up, into my room and under my blankets. I was trembling and pale and shaking. It woke up the whole house, and it took me hours to calm down and sleep with the light on. I never knew what had set me off, just blind panic. Our pots and pans could be heard falling out of the cupboards, and when you go check, everything would be in place, except maybe one thing, and that would turn up days or weeks later. My mother saw a black shadow, about 2 to 3 feet high, at the foot of her bed when she'd wake up in the middle of the night. One day, it waited until she was awake, then slowly, deliberately came around the side of the bed and advanced towards her head. She prayed fervently while it just stayed there, then mysteriously it faded away, but it will always come back another night. She was the only one who saw anything. The rest of us just heard disturbances. I was playing with my toys one sunny day. In my room, I was about 7 at the time. I picked up a bunting bag, sort of like a baby sleeper, but like a gown sewed closed at the bottom instead of 2 legs, and also the ends of the sleeves are sewn closed, and it had a hood. It was made of flannel and had flowers on it. I loved putting my baby dolls in it. It fit like the ones that were about 12 inches high. I had a doll prepared to put in it and reached for the flannel bag on the floor next to me. Then I shrieked and jumped up, flinging it away from me. I could feel like there was something, felt like a gardener snake or two, writhing inside of it and making a buzzing noise like the world's biggest housefly or bee. I stared at it in horror as it laid on the floor, and the writhing could be seen. Then, the noise died down, and as it did so, the shapes quit swirling and went flat. I was screaming for help. My mother and aunt came upstairs, and I told them what happened. I was sobbing so hard they could barely understand me. They picked it up, even though I screamed and begged them not to, and looked inside. There was nothing. The only way out, if something was in there, was through the neck hole, and it was lying face up a couple of feet from me, and I had not taken my eyes off it for anything. They searched the room and found nothing. They said I imagined it, and took me downstairs to have juice to drink. I swear I never played with it ever again. I put that thing in the bottom of a box and left a pile of heavy toys on top of it. The house still stands, and when we all left, none of those things ever followed us. I wonder what else happened there over the last 20 years. My father died in Las Vegas in 1993, the youngest of his 5 children. I was the first one to make it out to Vegas for his funeral. He was cremated. I got there on a Wednesday. Thursday morning, one of my mother's friends came over to our house with some soda and other things for us. I ran out of the house to help her unload her car. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my father standing beside the house. He had his right hand on his hip and held his left hand in midair, as if he were going to take a pull off a cigarette. Ironic, because he died of lung cancer, or as if he wanted to wave at or beckon to me. It was only a few seconds, but a whole jumble of thoughts ran through my mind. He's going to say something to me. I don't want to hear it. So I looked away, and when I looked back, he was gone. I regret not stopping to hear what he wanted to say to me. My brother said he chose to say goodbye to me. This was the first time I've ever seen a ghost. I'm waiting to see my mother, who died in May 1998. A footnote: when I saw him, I noticed that my father was wearing his favorite khaki pants and gold and white striped shirt. That afternoon, I went to my father's office to work on the program for the memorial service. His boss gave me a picture of my father. In it, he was wearing that gold and white striped shirt. When I was growing up, I've had several experiences which led me to believe the house was haunted. The first, I was about 6 years old. I was laying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when I heard what I thought was laughing. I turned over to tell my sister to be quiet when I saw a black form floating beside my bed. My sister was sound asleep. This form had no legs that I could see. It did have a smile on what I call its face. The next encounter did not happen until I was 16. I was coming home late one night and came face to face with this thing. It was the same thing I saw when I was 6, only this time there was no smile. After an indiscernible amount of time, I ran to my room. I've had several encounters with this thing throughout my teen years and began calling it Paul. Don't ask me why, because I don't know myself. My sisters and brothers claim they have never saw it, but one brother says he has had haunting experiences, such as floating in his room. My mother says she knows the house was haunted, but she refused to give any examples. I know this thing was not harmful because nothing ever harmful ever happened. I also came to feel that this thing was protective of us because I never felt alone or afraid in the house when I was alone. Whenever something was going to happen, we were given warning signs such as popping noises on the stove that we found out had a gas leak and uneasy feelings using the garbage disposal that checked out to have a barbed wire that an electrician said could have caused a fire. This is my story. Hope it wasn't too long. I know it sounds incredibly terrifying just by the details I've given, but that black face was just so mysterious. But I didn't know what to think because I believed that he was actually trying to help me and protect us from anything possible. I guess at this point, it really doesn't matter what it looked like, as long as it was trying to help us, right? Thanks again for reading. I really appreciate you listening to this story, and I hope you have a good day. There are a lot of things in my life I've seen over the years, but nothing has ever disturbed me quite like this. It was the weekend of break for myself and my mom, and we decided to go up to Oklahoma City to see my cousins. Everything was great. I got to see some relatives, and nothing seemed out of the normal. This is as far as normal went that night. While taking the 4-hour drive back, about that much, I noticed that the moon was very huge and blood red. Of course, I didn't know about the eclipse that day, so it was cool to watch as we drove to Ferris, which is a tiny town between Lane and Antlers. I remember that my mother pulled onto the Veterans Bridge in Okatoa when a couple of miles down the road, I happened to look up and see an elderly couple was standing on the side of the road, staring across as if watching something. It reminded me of the Grant Wood painting of the farmer. I remember looking at the clock a moment before and saw that it was midnight. The moon was still out and still red. What makes it worse for myself is that my mother also caught a glimpse of them. I turned around shocked, and sure if I turned around, they would be flying behind us screaming. I've passed by several times since then, and every time I get a shiver up my spine, remembering what happened. Who are these paranormal ghosts? And what kind of role did they play in their lifetime when they were alive? I guess it's not that important to know, but it sure makes a good story. Hi. I do need to tell you, I've enjoyed the many experiences people have wrote about on here. Just thought I would send you all another of mine. Back in 1980, my mother, Chris, had been dating a trucker, Tom. I was so excited that I was going to get to ride in an 18-wheeler. He decided that he would let my mom and I ride with him to Beaumont, Texas. When we got down there, we stayed with some friends of his while he went to drop off his load. He told us he would be back in 3 days. The first night was uneventful. Then the second night came, and his friends all went out. Mom and I and one other girl stayed at the house. We were watching TV when I heard what seemed to be a heartbeat. I kept listening. When I turned around, Mom and this other girl just had a look of being scared on their faces. I didn't say anything, just covered up my head and went to sleep. The third night came, and once again, the friends went out, but this time, just Mom and I stayed at the house. We were sitting there talking when we heard this heartbeat sound again. Then we looked at the kitchen where the sound was heard, which you could see from the living room. The front of the stove lit up with his face that looked like it was on fire, and we heard someone say, "Get out." It didn't take us long. We got the hell out of there. Mom called her boyfriend from a little store down the road. He told us to stay there till he got there. He was about an hour away. Well, when we got in the truck,
Her boyfriend took us back to that house the next morning to talk to his friends, and the friends started to tell us the story of the old house. It appears back in the late 1800s, a couple was killed in that house, and that they were buried in the basement. They said the owners had found this out when the basement floor had started to crack, and they had to replace it. They found the bones when they tore up the basement floor. I don't know how true that story was, but I know what happened those 2 nights ago to my mom and I, and it was very real. Thank you for listening to this long story, and sorry it was so long. Living on a large Massachusetts farm in the 50s was lonely, and it didn't help that my mom had died when I was 9, and my father was working either in the fields or barn all daylight hours and more. To teach me values and responsibility, my dad purchased a small easygoing horse for me to spend my days with. Shadow, my horse, was truly my shadow. We became so close, spending many hours daily, riding throughout paths and fields. I loved her dearly, and in a horsey way, she returned my love. The land my dad's farm was on had many cellar holes, dating back to 200 years, and as an adult, I've studied much about local history in this area. Many stones with my family name, and stones that recorded the deaths of large families, all in the same month. I found a grown-in path, deep in the woods, that my father had told me was once a busy road, with many houses along it. But in the 1950s, there had been no traffic there for over 120 years. Now, I've told you my shadow was the most gentle horse. As we walked that narrow path for the first time, Shadow's head arched and her glossy skin rippled, as if she were cold. This was August. There was a sharp bend ahead, and the closer we got, the jumpier Shadow became, stepping sideways and then just refusing to move at all. I began to get jumpy myself. Just as the other side of the bend came into view, the gentle horse reared like a wild stallion, and I was thrown, landing with my head very close to a large rock. As all this was happening, there was a loud laughter resonating through the woods with an even louder echo. At this point, hitting the ground, I think I kind of blacked out for a brief few seconds. What might have been a minute later, I became aware that I was lying on my back, facing Shadow's stomach over my head, with her back legs behind my head. This wonderful beast was covered in a white lather and was breathing very, very hard. But even in that second, I knew that she had saved me from something most terrible. I grabbed her reins and slowly got up on my feet. I tried to calm her and stop the spin in my head while I looked around me in confusion. There was dirt kicked up in a complete circle around me. There were many tracks mixing with crushed leaves and ferns in the circle. I was in tears at this point, hugging Shadow. Despite her sweat, I could see something otherworldly had definitely happened. There were other tracks mixed along the horse's hoof marks. I know it was over 50 years ago, but in my mind, as clear as yesterday, claws and tiny hoof prints and claws in the circle again and again. Hoof prints looked like a baby deer, but only 2, like it was hopping. Well, Shadow and I walked home slowly, and before long, her head dragged low and she started to limp. I was a little better, and still dizzy. Until now. I never told anyone about this event. My dad would never have believed me, and he was too grief-stricken and depressed at that time from my mom's death to hear much of anything I said. I remain convinced that Shadow saved my life that day in those dark woods, but still wonder what kind of an animal can laugh and walk with claws in front and tiny deer hooves in the back. Do you think it's still there? Back in the late 70s, I took the same route home I'd done for many years. I'd been visiting my grandparents in Gallatin, Tennessee. I was traveling on Old Highway 41, which runs from Springfield, Tennessee to Guthrie, Kentucky. It goes through Adams, Tennessee, which is well known for the Bell Witch. At this point in my life, the rumors of the witch weren't as well pronounced as it is today. It was dark by the time it got to Adams, so there weren't any folks out, and about so, when I saw a little girl standing alongside the road, I was shocked. After passing her,
I recalled to myself that she was pale and all dressed in green. I could even remember the type of shoes she was wearing, high tops with buttons down the side. For many years, my grandfather was in the shoe repair business, and he had some like it in his store window for shoe. Her dress was ruffled with lace, and she wore a bonnet that was also green. The girl was pale in the face, and she did not smile. She just stood there. I got an eerie feeling about her. Later in years, my sister and I were reading The Bell Witch of Adams, a children's book we had gotten at the library. As she started to read the part where the witch was swinging with Betsy Bell, she read what the witch was wearing, and she described the girl I'd seen on the side of the road that night. As of this day, I will not go through Adams at night in fear of seeing the girl again. This story was told to me by my mom and dad, and they swear to this day that this is 100% authentic and real. Sometimes I've taken a step back and wondered myself if this was true, as I'm naturally skeptical myself. I used to live in Illinois, where my mom was born. So, my dad told me, when he lived in Chicago, that there was this one particular road that was called Cuba Road. Rumor has it that a lady and her boyfriend were driving down Cuba Road. Then her boyfriend got out of the car to go to the bathroom, which was near the cemetery. She noticed that he was taking a really long time, and as she was waiting for him to get done, she kept hearing long wailing noises coming from the direction of the cemetery. She couldn't identify the source of the sound, wondered if it was her boyfriend who was in trouble, and proceeded to check on him. She went outside to look, to discover her boyfriend hanging on a rope by a tree with his neck split open. He was dead, and there was no explanation if it was his own doing or not. My mom and dad went there one night with their friends, driving through Cuba Road. They had a flat tire, so proceeded to stop the car momentarily to address the situation, and since there was a spare tire they could use, they immediately went to work to replace the flat. All of a sudden, my mom and her friends heard the wailing described in the rumored story, coming from the direction of the cemetery. Needless to say, they wasted no time trying to fix the flat, and drove off back home in sheer terror. My dad also said that there would be this black car that always drove around near the cemetery every time he would pass the road. It didn't even look like it was real, almost as if it were some kind of mirage, and always appeared to be far away and in the distance. He also said that he and his friends would go down these cul-de-sacs, and they would see lights coming out of the graves from the cul-de-sacs. I wonder if the spirit of the man who was hung now has taken the torch from the other supposedly haunted being who was wailing, and now terrorizes victims on Cuba Road. The first story concerns an apparent ghost I encountered while driving home late one night. It was about 1 a.m., and I was driving home from my girlfriend's house in a dark, unlit road. About 100 yards ahead, I saw a shadow figure lurking into the street and weaving. I thought it was probably someone drunk, so I slowed down. The shadow figure then stopped in the middle of the road and kept swaying back and forth. I slowed down to about 5 miles per hour because I didn't want the person to fall into my car. As I drove past, I looked at him through the passenger window, and all my hair immediately stood on end. This guy had all the physical features of a black man. The hairstyle, thick lips, large cheekbones, but he was white as a sheet of paper, inhumanly white. Also, all his clothes looked like they had been bleached white. Worst of all, his face was all screwed up and twisted sideways, and his mouth hung open a good 6 inches, much more than physically possible. My immediate reaction was that the guy was dead. I drove away, a bit freaked out, but I still looked back at him in the rearview mirror. He slowly turned towards my car, and when he was directly facing me, 2 beams of intense white light, like laser beams, shot from his eyes and flew into my car. There were no other cars around and no streetlights on the road. The second story concerns a ghost hunt I did at Gallister Park in West Cova, California, which is listed on your site. I initially did not know the park was haunted or listed on your site. First time I went there, upon entering the park, I heard a loud scream as if someone had fallen down one of the hilly trails nearby. I walked to the edge of the drop-off and called out, but no one answered. There was no one there, but one of the trees at the bottom was shaking crazily back and forth, not swaying with the wind, but very rapidly trembling, as if in fear. I thought maybe a coyote got a rabbit, so I went down to check it out, but there was nothing there. At home that night, I was looking for local haunted places in SoCal, and I saw Gallister Park on your site and read about the screams heard there. I went back the next week with my ghost hunting kit, and we walked the trails. Everything seemed normal until I got a caution reading on my ELF meter. So I did some temperature checks, and in that very spot, the temperature kept reading 28 degrees over and over, even though everywhere else I pointed it, it ranged from 69 to 72 degrees. So I got my digicam out and tried to take a picture, and all of a sudden, the digicam didn't want to work. It was freshly charged, and the memory was fine. Finally, the digicam clicked halfway, and then a large black X appeared on the LCD display, and the camera shut down completely. I went home and looked in the manual and could find nothing about a big black X on the LCD. I called the factory, and their tech support people told me the camera didn't have the capability to make such a mark, and they had no idea what I was talking about. The next day, the camera started working again. I looked to see if there was anything in the one picture I thought I managed to take, and there were a bunch of strange swirls and orbs in that picture. I've since moved away, so I haven't gone back to Gallister Park, but that was a strange episode I'll never forget. Right out of high school, I graduated in 1997. My friends Trevor and Felix and I decided to take a long weekend road trip. It was either 97 or 98 that we took this trip. We decided on San Felipe, a small fishing village just 8 hours from Los Angeles on the edge of the Sea of Cortez in beautiful Mexico. Our reasons were purely immature and superficial. There we could drink at bars. Not 21 yet, you know? So off we go. We get there and rent a room in this very small motel just off the main drag. You went up these steps and the door to the room was to the right. If you faced the door to the room on the immediate right was a large window. That was our only window, save for a small one in the bathroom. Now, upon opening the door to the room, you see immediately on the right against the wall, with the large window, the first bed. Next to that bed further back was a nightstand with a lamp. Farther back the other bed. Against that bed was a wall to the restroom. Small, but adequate. Boy did we have a blast, and then some. The second night of our young revelry, we go up to our room, ready to call it a much overdue night. Well, rip-roaring Felix was not having it. He still had more party in him. Against our better wishes and utilizing Trev's and my exhaustion, he got his way. Off he went into the remaining night, like a real trooper. I'd called the bed by the front wall with the window when we had first checked in, so I plopped myself on that. Trevor plopped himself on the one by the bathroom he was supposed to share with Felix. Well, that hadn't worked out as planned, and we banished him to the sofa bed in front of the restroom on the count of his horrendous snoring. So there we lay. I kept telling Trev about how I was a little worried about Felix out there by himself, that maybe we should go find him. Instead, we both were knocked out. Fast forward a couple of hours. For whatever reason, I woke up from the veritable realm of the dead. Ladies and gents, I was passed out. I can just start to see that weird purpley light the night takes on like 2 hours before daylight coming through the curtains. Like the sun's coming, but it's still considered night. Anyhow, that light was coming through the very slightly open curtain. Curtain just parted ever so slightly. As I was on my left side facing the window, I could see it quite clearly, my eyes having adjusted to light's poor quality. I was on my left side, but curled a little in bed, so my vista was the window and curtain, and down towards the foot of the bed and the door. That's when I saw him. It was the dark silhouette of a man, about our age, 18, 19, 20-ish. It was like one of those silhouettes that our aunts and young mothers had done in the 70s, when they were teenagers, that you frame up and put into your hallway or photo album,
with the eyes lashing and everything. You know what I mean? A perfect side silhouette of his face, head and neck, no hint of color, looking out the window. He had short hair. I'm watching him look out the window, very still, not moving an inch. I got the impression he was waiting intently for something. He didn't move at all. He was a veritable statue. He didn't look at me. I looked at him looking out. He wasn't holding the curtains, just out of the part in them. I'm thinking this whole time it's Trevor, looking out the window, waiting for Felix to come rolling in from his drinking and gallivanting. I was sure it was. Felix was, and is a big guy. Rowdy too. We would have definitely heard him come in. We would have heard his snoring for sure. Trust me. So I lay there watching Trev, wait for Felix. He probably has gotten as worried as I was after all. I was just about to ask him what time it was. Then I hear it. I hear the soft rhythmic breathing from behind me, from the bed behind me. It's Trevor sleeping. He's doing that breathing people do when they're sleeping, not snoring, just sleep breathing, you know. If that's Trevor, then who is this looking out the window at the foot of my bed? I lay, I think. I do this over calculated lightning quick roll to my right to turn on the lamp on the nightstand. On it flicks. I whip back around, and nothing. Just a window and a door. I turn around towards Trevor, and I see him squinting at me from his bed. Trevor, were you looking out the window just now? No. Just then, as if on perfect timing, Felix stumbles in drunker than a goldfish in a vodka bottle and says, slurs out, "What are you guys doing still up?" Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't sleep a week after that. I'm speaking the God-honest truth that this has happened. Never miss a thing.
Hey everybody, it's your boy Fanty, and if you're lucky enough to get the end of this video, then I appreciate your service, and welcome to the Great Parade. I don't know why I say that, but like, if you guys know me, then you know that I like to have wacky outros at the end of my videos. So guys, I know this is a compilation, but I know you guys like them, so I'm trying to give you guys the longer videos because I know you guys like them, and I know the algorithm is pushing towards these longer videos for narration. So guys, thank you so much. If you could leave a comment, if you could share for the young, small YouTubers out there like me, I'd sincerely appreciate it, and hopefully you guys like it. Hopefully you enjoy this compilation. Hopefully it's different than the regular compilations, and if you got to end this video, please write poop in the comment section. I'm serious. Poop is good. I mean, it'd be funny if you did. Obviously, I just want you to say poop. Okay, I really just want you to say poop. Love you guys, and I'll see you in the next video.